Chat, welcome to Wrestling Empire. Once again, we are going to be... I'm gonna take off my headphones a little bit. Once again, tonight we are going to be continuing on with the story of Gira. Here he is, chat. I made him the other night. He's looking a little scuffed. I'll say that much. But what I will say is that still to this day, if I can give 2K one thing and one thing only, is that the 2K games are the only games where you can put concerning brown spots on your character. That is a market that 2K has cornered, completely cornered. I mean, for me, it is the only thing that's worth buying it for. No, I'm kidding. Well, Jersey Mike's and Long Boy Club collab win. 8-foot long sandwich. You add a 0 on the end, and then you have the collab. The 80-foot long submarine sandwich. I mean, fuck it, I'll do it. I'm a big fan of sub sandwiches. I have returned. Hello, Zep. Welcome back. Yeah. I'm a big fan of sub sandwiches, especially loaded Italians. Especially loaded Italians, or meatball subs, or Philly cheesesteaks. One of the three. What is with the ginger beard and mullet, dog? Alright, do I need to provide context, again, for everyone in here about Gira? Do I need to provide the context? Because I feel like I do. I will provide the context. So, this right here is our main man, the original created character of the Long Boy Club, Gira. Gira was someone that I created back in WWE 2K22. He was our created character for that game's My Rise. During that My Rise, he won the NXT Championship, the NXT North American Championship, the United States Championship, the WWE Championship, and the WWE Universal Championship. 5 titles, winning all of them a single time in the span of a year. In the span of 1 year, a year-long run, he won every title in WWE, every singles title, except for the Intercontinental Championship. That is the only one that he has never won. However, his successor in WWE, Henry DeCat, did end up winning the Intercontinental Championship. That was his first title. That's besides the point. The point being is that Gira had a legendary 1-year run in WWE. Prior to that, he was in AEW, and he was the second AEW World Champion. He held that title for several months before going to WWE. But today, our story takes him after WWE 2K22 in Wrestling Empire. In 2023, Gira has been ousted from WWE. He's been exiled. He has been given his future endeavor, or rather, he has been future endeavored, largely because of his wrestling style. Because he has a very unsafe wrestling style, in where he's not as much of a wrestler as much as he is a very nimble shoot fighter. So, he caused one too many injuries during his time in WWE. And now, he's back on the indies. He's now back on the indies, trying to make ends meet there and trying to eke out a new living in the wrestling industry. So the question is, now that he is out of a job, essentially, that he's back in training, what's next for him? Will he find success in a new company? Will he find himself back in old stomping grounds? Or will he hang up his boots here during Wrestling Empire? Really, the future of Gira hangs in the balance here, chat. His future hangs in the balance, depending on what we do here during Wrestling Empire. Now, as you can see, Gira is 40 years old. Let me go back to him. Bro has that 2000s Triple H hairline. I like it. Now, yeah, the reason why he looks like this is because Gira is supposed to be like a giraffe mutant, right? He has that jaundice skin, and there's supposed to be concerning brown spots underneath here, right? There's supposed to be brown spots underneath. But, again, 2K currently has the market of adding concerning brown spots onto your character broken. Or rather, like, having concerning brown spots on your character market cornered. They currently have that market cornered, so I put him in a full body suit, Gold Dust style, right? And trust me, he is ripped underneath that suit. He's ripped underneath there. He is a Hogan Juice user. Like a Triple H was an Irish Simpson giraffe mutant. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Because Gira has the long hair and the full beard and the sunglasses. The hair being orange. Underneath is also orange hair, along with his brown giraffe spots. And his color scheme was purple, yellow, or rather purple, white, and a light yellow. In fact, while we're here, let me go ahead and change up those elbow pads real quick. Let's actually make them a little more yellowish. That's like yellow, right? Looking a little piss yellow there, honestly. Baggy sleeves. I love that. What's his theme song, if he got one? Well, oh shit. Oh no. Oh no. I accidentally went to the wrong one. Hold on just a second. Hold on just a second, chat. Okay, that's fine. Let me see here. He had a banging theme song back in the 2K days. It was like these tribal drums, right? It was like these tribal drums. But they don't have anything like that in this game as far as I know. But once he gets into a company, I figured it might be fun for us to decide on a theme song for him. I think that would be fun. But first, we need to help him get a job. We need to make sure that he can get a job. Otherwise, he won't be working anywhere with that. Otherwise, he ain't working anywhere, and he's gonna have to hang it up early. So that's really our objective tonight, to make sure that Gira can find work. Because, once again, he is back in training in order to get a safer ring style. Would you guys like to see what he looks like without the shades? Because he honestly looks whacked out. I'm not used to seeing him without like crazy sunglasses or just like any sort of like eyewear. Like him without the eyewear is weird to me, right? In fact, let's go ahead and fix that. Let's go ahead and fix that real quick. What can we wear? What can we wear over his eyes besides the glasses? JoJo! With the Long Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello there, my friend. Thank you for sending your lovely community. RoboCop? Oh yeah, that's right. RoboCop is a thing. Here come the sugar bunnies.
Hello, Mario.
Here come the sugar banuis. Hello, Lumi. Hello, Shoujo. Welcome into tonight's Longboy Club meeting, where tonight we are asking the question: what happened to everyone's favorite giraffe mutant, Gira, after the events of WWE 2K22? You won't be able to miss it, chat. You won't be able to miss it because you're right here on the Longboy Club house. Here, let me see. Robo Gira. That needs to be like a ripple in his story. Let's go ahead and save that for later. Either that, or we can give him the visor because I don't know, because it gives him more room to make precise calls. Because this is supposed to be his referee shirt, right? Wait, we get like baggy shirt, yes. You know what? I could fucks with the baggy shirt, untucked. Baggy. I like the bag. I love the baggy pants. Yeah, hi Joe. I did a bit of card opening. I got my second full art Pokemon card. I did a terrible show off of some new stickers I got from Lumi. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you had fun. I'm gonna raid and run. You have a good rest of your stream, Stev. Yeah, go and have food, go and pee, go do what you need to do, Joe. I appreciate you bringing your community on over here. Well, I need more drink of smoothie. So are we all clear on the lore now? The lore is essentially that our friend Gira here finds himself back on the indies. He's getting a little bit on the older side. He doesn't have a lot of time to make impact in the wrestling scene anymore. And the way we're gonna play this game, because the career ends either when you retire or when your character dies. Like literally if they die, right? So we're gonna do 5 years of this. So Wrestling Empire is going to chronicle Gira's time in the industry from the age of 40 to the age of 45, right? And that's kind of like the logic we're going to be operating under. Makes sense to everyone? Makes sense? Good. Wrestling career time, baby. Wait, why? Why is Edge on the indies? No, I do not want to go with Peyton Royce. We're retiring Peyton Royce right here. Yes, this is how I want to be remembered. Great. Fantastic. What did I do? As announced her retirement from wrestling before she even wrestled a single match. This deluded fantasist will not be remembered for anything except the opportunity she wasted. Holy shit. Wow. No. We're bringing her back. Wow. Well, that was a fun career mode, guys. No. All right, here we go. Wrestling career. Gira. Wait, why is he down so much? Oh, he's injured. Okay. Here we go, chat. You ready? Hell yeah, we are. Now, the fun thing about this is that you actually are able to roam the locker room while you're doing your thing. Wait, I see you decide to take responsibility for what happens behind the scenes, Gira. Yeah, he's fucking here to redeem himself. If you take this route, it's your responsibility to get through the curtain in time for your match. But only enter when your time is lit up green, as amber means someone else's match is happening. It's also your responsibility to spend your energy on the right things at the right time to stay healthy. The world is full of distractions, but try to make sure you get a good night's sleep at a sensible time. This world is full of in this world, you must also look after your mental health along the way, because I've seen a lot of wrestlers lose control. I don't want to spoil all the surprises, so just get out there. If it's too much for you to handle, you can always opt out and skip straight to the action at any time. All right, cool. Wait, why do we have all the New Japan guys here? Hi, Shinsuke. Wait, You should never have taken this step, Gira. You don't have what it takes to survive in the real world. If you want to be escorted to the ring safely, just admit you made a mistake and back out. You know what? No. No. Ooh! Dude, he drew blood! That's his first thing! No! No, 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 no. No, no, no. Oh, what? No. I was trying to get to Kevin Owens. If you want to fight me this badly, why don't we make it official for the second week of March? Sure, it's a date. Wait, we're doing it a month from now? Alright, I'll deal with you on the second week of March. Until then, get out of my sight and let me prepare. Alright, cool, we got it. Man, who knew getting a match would be this easy? Okay, well, it seems like we got a match with Kevin Owens straight off the bat. Well, let that be a lesson, guys. Just go backstage and make yourself a nuisance, and you'll get a match. What? Hey, you? No, Jumbo Tsuruta. Ah, no, Ricky, I don't want anything to do with you. No, ow, GTS. No, ow. No. I need to prepare for my match, Terry Funk. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this. What? Vince! No! Jumbo Tsuruta! Why? Half expecting a certain Swedish man to bust down the wall and be like, Moosko? Moosko? Ah. Where's, Bulk Bogan? Gira don't want this smoke. This is way more smoke than he bargained for, not gonna lie. So how can I... No, Jumbo Tsuruta, just let me just get my pre-match stuff here. No, I need... Hold on, can I buy something from the vending machine? Enter the curtain. No, I need to buy food and drink real quick. Fine, okay, you know what? We're going in tired. Fuck it, we'll do it live. We're taking on Seabreeze. Wait. No, Jumbo Tsuruta, stay away. Jumbo Tsuruta, stay away. I paid good fake money to see that match. Are we gonna face Bulk Bogan? I know for a fact that, like, you can download Bulk Bogan on the Steam Workshop. Chad, how many subs will you pay me in order to get, Bulk Bogan in the ring with Gira? Hello, Seabreeze. Local talent, I mean, I suppose the majority of the people that were... What the... Huh? Alright, you want to get hardcore right off the bat, huh? Okay. Well, listen, Gira was a loose cannon back in his day, so... This is where your story starts, Gira. You didn't think you'd be starting at the top, did you? You'll have to learn the ropes here each week before a major promotion even considers offering you a contract. For some people, it never happens, while others wish it never had because they end up back here broken. Well, that's what happened to Gira. Be careful what you sign up for because there'll be a lot of promoters trying to take advantage of you. But if you look after yourself and make smart choices, it's perfectly possible to have a fulfilling career. Why is he saying all this? Gira's been here. Anyway, let's see what you got before we see how far you'll go. And dude, everyone here is just... What? Coach, no. You can't... You can't be on Seabreeze's side. I thought you were supposed to be like an impartial coach. No! No! No way. We are not... We're not losing our first match like that, chat. That's not happening. Oh, the crippler crossface. This is the most N-Dicky ass dialogue. I mean, it is an N-Dicky game. Whoa! Hello! Wow! But yeah, Gira's not really the safest of workers, chat. As you will probably find out. It's missing the spelling errors, though. I've seen a few spelling errors. Oh! Yes. Yes, this right here is exactly what I wanted. Tap! Seabreeze, come on, tap! Only one man can wear sunglasses. Yeah! Yeah! I deserve to be elsewhere! Fuck you, Seabreeze! Fuck you! I'm not finished with you! It's still missing the spelling errors, though. I do kind of want to try the other Endiki games, like Old School and Hard Time. Here, get up. You won, man! What? Springboard to the outside. He's taking after Shining Wizard and missing all his spots. Oh, Mayo, there's also the Jesus game. Oh, yeah, that's right. What? I suffer considerably at— oh, okay, Seabreeze lost. In all the latest action, Gira has reached the limit of wrestling school's popularity and must find new audiences elsewhere. Expenses? Oh, yeah. I suppose it does cost me to be at wrestling school. Wait, hold on. I need to, like, get some sleep. I need to get sleep after that match. Winning your first match at wrestling school was the best possible start, Gira. Thanks, Disputin. I'll be sure to come for you later. One victory over Seabreeze doesn't mean anything. I'd like to see you do it again, Gira. Well, listen. I'm taking on someone who's of greater importance than Seabreeze. I'm coming for Kevin Owens next week, buddy. Oh, hello. Wait, is Kevin Owens about to about to fight someone? Oh my god, Gira's hair is luminescent, chat. Along with his elbow pads. Well, that's just how big of a star he is, chat. That's simply how big of a star he is. And how beneath wrestling school he thinks he is. Keep you reminded of how grotesquely disturbing and not disturbing these games always feel. It is in a weird spot, isn't it? It's in a bit of a weird spot in terms of gaming lore. New Super Junior champion. Asuka has defeated Jushin Thunder Liger to become the new Super Junior champion. Moving on, William Regal has left wrestling school to pursue a career in Super Lucha Libre. Oh yeah, by the way, chat, I installed a mod that changes the names of, like, or rather changes the logos of the promotion. So now Super Lucha Libre is WCW. So yeah, Steve Regal is now in WCW. Michael Thorne has turned face and will now be portrayed in a positive light. Double up. Damien Sandow has formed a new tag team with Mosh. Sleeper hold. After 7 hours of comfortable sleep, Gira's energy levels are now at 64%. I say this is definitely on the more sane side for now. But we'll see what happens. Oh no, a tag team match? Oh no. Kevin, this is not what we agreed to, man. We gotta bring a rubber chicken out. We gotta bring a rubber chicken to the match for safety purposes, chat. Oh, no one's gonna throw this one at me. I promise you that. So, like, when are we gonna get, like, an actual call-up? Like, when are we gonna get, like, someone to take notice of us? Or are we not there yet? The Berserker versus Ahmed Johnson. We'll see if he's punchy. Yeah, I'd say this is on the little bit more of the sane side for now. What? A fish? And Jumbo Saruda has it out for me, chat. What? Jumbo Sharuda has it out for everybody at sea. Wow. Okay. Now watch as I eat this fish hole. What? What? Ah! Oh no! Oh no! No, I got shit! Got shit! Ah! I gotta ship the door open. What? he's counting. It's like counting all the minutes that he's on the John. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 3, 2. 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4. Stinky. Okay. Through the curtain. I mean, do you ever just go to the bathroom and eat an entire... Wait. So what happens if we just eat the fish? Man, I'm getting fat, dude. It's like GTA San Andreas here. The more you eat, the fatter you get. Where's my pizza? So wait. Frank Keaton's team. Who's Frank Keaton? And who's that? Who's that? Is that the genius? So wait. Come on. Look out, everybody. It's Gira, the master of the blockbuster. Do you seriously think that a pathetic move like that will work against a warrior like me? You should be worried because when I hit the blockbuster, this match is over. The match will be over. When I hit you with my stunner, your entire career will be over. This guy is the alpha male TikToker. Wait, who? Oh! Oh, that's Damien Sandow. Wait! Wait, they literally just formed the tag team! Kevin, you needed to get help from Damien Sandow and Mosh to beat me? Wow, dude. That's some loser tier shit. Ow! No! I'm gonna kick you, dude. Hey! Ow! This guy is the alpha male TikToker. Wait! Wait. I gotta get him up, chat. I gotta get him up. Yeah, the blockbuster! Got him! I think so, anyways.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
I'm pretty sure I got him with the blockbuster there. What the? Hey! No. I cannot skip this ad break, chat. I'm sorry. But I'm gonna try to finish it up quick. I'm gonna try to finish this up a little quick. What? Wow. I love how meaty everything is in this game. Whoa! A lot of ball-based offense here from Gira. No! What the fuck? You can't have that in the ring. I brought it to the ring. You can't have my rubber chicken. What the? So like, it's like, how do you make a tag? Call that one the oak milk. You call that one the oat milk splash? What the nut punch? I'll call that the old milk splash. No! His leg wasn't in the fucking ropes. Man, dude. Gira is so above these guys. No! I'll call that one the oat milk splash. Here. Come on! Come on, Gira's gotta go high, dude. That's his whole thing. There you go. I'm very good with abhorrent names. Clearly. No! Coach Emerson! What are you doing, man? Wait, are we already hurt?
It's break time.
What happened?
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raul rolls on for this. Are the high risk moves actually high risk in this?
Final Doom from Williams is a game that chews you up
Who
and
would've
spits
thought?
you out. Like any Doom game, Final Doom is invincible, indestructible, impossible, impenetrable. We're going to try to be clever for the rest of this review. Don't
This
have
seems
a cow once
shockingly
you figure out what
complex.
we're saying.
The mechanics
Final
in the
Doom's
game
just
are
more of the
actually
same
kind
old
of
Doom shoot 'em up
actually kind of
action that has
interesting.
spawned countless clones in the video game industry.
If you enjoy like
same
the
Doom enemies
N64
that
wrestling
inhabited
games,
all the other Doom
specifically
games of this Doom
like
series are also
WCW
in this
Revenge
Doom
and No
game.
Mercy,
Doom it. We're sick of all
that
these
this
Doom
game will
bloody
feel
games
pretty
with
familiar.
More Doom gunshots in 1 minute than we would otherwise hear in a lifetime. We're sick of all the Doom groans of the dead demons and the people you must shoot in the game. Doom it. These games make you Doom crazy, especially since they're so Doom hard. Normally, challenge is good, but not in this Doom
actual
game.
games are just the
Hardcore
vibes.
Doomers will be in Doom Nirvana.
The vibes
game
are
is
very
actually 3
immaculate.
games in one. Master levels from the internet, Plutonia, and TNT. All are extremely difficult. Hidden in the instruction booklet is a password that gives you all of the game's weapons. But even with that little gem, you will fail miserably. Don't worry, we're not going to Doom Williams, but let's just say it's time to put this series to rest. Of course, we may end up eating crow once Doom 64 comes out. And I mean Doom as in Doom in that instance.
Om nom nom.
If you
Oh,
think that all
excuse
these
me, we're
Dooms are
back,
bad,
my dudes.
wait
Hey,
till
welcome
you
back
find
to
out
Raw.
what BFG stands for. The BFG 9000 is the biggest gun in the game. If Williams sees this segment, they will either A, laugh at all the Dooms, B, put us on their to-doom list, C, doom us to Hades, or D, not do one Doom thing.
The final Doom one is like the closest that you'll get to actual fucking brain rot. It is impressively weird. No, the vibes in the M. Dickey games are very strange. But that's what makes them fun. That's what makes them fun. Come on! Tap! Mosh! Tap! No! You know what? Get over here, Kevin. Urgh. Ow! You ain't never seen someone like me, Kev. You ain't never seen someone like Gira. Actually, no, you have. You have. What are you doing back here on the indies? Oh, wait. Chat. Chat, I just remembered the lore. I remembered the lore, chat. I remembered the game's lore. Because back in WWE, Gira and Kevin Owens actually had quite a few matches together. He was actually one of Gira's last matches. So, like, they're coming up on the indies here, like, at around the same time. That's actually kind of crazy. Oh, shit. What the... Wait, a hurt lock into a... into a stroke? That's crazy. Excuse me. Ow! Ow! No, the vibes in these games are immaculate. I'm gonna make you tap again, Kevin. Gira's gonna make you tap once again. To the crossface. Okay, fine. What the? What? They're trading crossfaces! Holy shit! Ah! It is tit for tat here at wrestling school. Not the sharpshooter!
Right.
Rope break, yes. Man, Kevin's catching back up, dude. Ugh. Like, how are you already nursing the arm? Well, he cartwheeled into the corner. Oh, man, pop up. No. Fuck you. I wanted to see how far. I wanted to see how long that would go on for. Call that one the nut pulper's based. Ah! Oh no. Whatever your name is, I need you in here. No! Urgh. Man, we're freaking mat wrestling here, chat. Ow! What is Damien Sandow doing on the outside? Okay, cool. So wait, who's my partner here? Damien Sandow, what are you doing, man? Urgh. I'm going the outside and fucking up Damien Sandow. You actually need to be kind of careful in this game because like guys on the outside can also hurt you. Like they can also like injure you. Probably doesn't help that I can't really see what I'm doing. Dude, I'm getting fucked up by Damien Sandow on the outside. I didn't expect this to happen. You can see it right down there. Dude, I came into this match fresh as a daisy, and now I'm just like, my fucking arm. What happened? What'd he break? Come on, man, you can do it. You can do it. I'm right here. Tag me in. What is he doing? Also, I need music. Hold on. Bro, what are they doing? Let's say do it. Get him. I don't even know what your name is, man. I love how physical the ref can get. No! Oh no, the shoulder! Ugh. Count it, ref! Alright, Mosh. I got your number, man. No! Ow! You're please, man. Dude, how much time do we have in this match? No! I cannot tap out to headbanger Mosh. Alright, we gotta drop the leg, brother. We gotta drop the leg. Yes, rope break, cool. Man, we're getting fucked up in this match, dude. You've broken every bone and ligament at this rate. This is like a shockingly violent wrestling game. No! Gira needs to be the technical beast. Come on. Oh, the takedown. Crossface. No! You motherfucker, Kevin. I'm gonna get you one-on-one in the ring at some point, you bastard. Code breaker. Come on. One, two, no. Headbutt. You're down. One. No. They were never gonna get it off the cocky pin, I realized. Come on. We gotta build up the special meter. Headbanger Mosh is so fucked, dude. No, I will not be outmatted by Headbanger Mosh of all people. Sling Blade, nice. Triangle hold. Tap. What the fuck, Kevin? No! Stop! What the? No! Get the skateboard out of here! Come on! We cannot let this be a no contest! Ow! Ow! No! Ah! Beach break! This is no longer wrestling, this is just a fight to the death. Dude! Dude, we can't be fighting to the death in front of absolutely no one. We gotta get back to the WWE or somewhere, anywhere. Ooh! It is in the cock and ball torture match. From Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. There are no balls to be spoken of anymore. For absolute certainty. Count it, ref! Man, finally! Yeah! Too soon. Ow! No! Yeah! Yeah. And that right there was a testament to why Gira needs to go back to the big leagues. But right now he needs, like, an ice bath after something like that. Several spine discs are dislodged. Gira has reached the limit of wrestling school's popularity and must find new audiences elsewhere. What, a popularity of none? Oh, Cathedral's performance has improved. Mosh's profile has improved considerably. Has suffered from being on the losing team in that match. What is Kevin Owens doing back here on the indies? Hey, dude, we need money. We need something, anything. What happens if I go and talk to Coach Emerson? Am I gonna, like, find him in the office? What are you? You're not Terry Funk. Oh, you're Masahiro Chono? No, you're not. Oh, no, you're Tony Land. There are quite a few of the guys in the... Oh, yeah! Alexa Bliss. Wait, Eddie Kingston? So kind of like... Can I sit down here, man? I gotta have a conversation with you about something. Oh, I'm the head of wrestling school now. It says here legal issues will be heard in court eventually. What? Huh? Huh? Phone! Phone! Phone, where? Sorry, I think I dialed the wrong number. I was hoping to speak to Alberto El Patron. What, in prison? Oh, well, I can't help you there, dude. I don't think you want to be speaking to Alberto El Patron, pal. Ah! No! No, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jerry Sags. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to throw the phone at you. All right. Wait, what do we have on tonight's coach? Here, have you ever considered adding some new moves to your repertoire? Yeah, sure. Sure, I'll learn some new moves. Good, it's important for a wrestler to evolve. I look forward to seeing your new finisher. New finisher? What do you mean? I don't have a new finisher. What do you mean, new finisher? I don't have anything like that. I know that... Maggle! I know for a fact that you, I know that you can just get hired at a promotion by just answering a random phone. And there's a chance that you'll get it. Wait, can I, like, sleep? Can I sleep? Can I sleep? Okay, good. Honk shoe. Honk shoe tight beat. Why are you like super jaundiced? Because he's supposed to be a giraffe mutant. Animal has been released by All American Wrestling and must now make ends meet.
Cool, refreshing sip of water.
Hawk is sad that Animal has left All American Wrestling. Conrad Thompson has left Super Strong Wrestling to pursue a career at Wrestling Revolution. Goldberg has left Weekend Warriors to pursue a career at All American Wrestling. What? Cathedral has left wrestling school. That was his send-off match? Wow. Dude wanted to make a statement. When am I getting it? Bro, when am I getting, like, something like that? Here's Saz is being compromised by the limitations of wrestling school. Damn right it is. Tag team versus Hillbilly Jim's team. No! Why are you, like, super jaundiced? Well, the reason why I'm super jaundiced is mostly because... Wait, hold on. So how can I change my special attack? This palm. Oh, no, that's something different. The Omega Jaundice. Jaundice, if you will. Wait, well, hold on. We need to do something here, chat. We need a team name that makes sense. And I think I know what it is. Long Boy Club.
Hello, Mario.
Ruby, hello. Return of the Merchant. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting.
Serotonin, please.
Real enemy, Kevin Owens. I mean that checks out. Yay. Serotonin. We all love ourselves some serotonin. To be fair, Kevin Owens being the real life enemy checks out. Because again, he was like one of Guerrero's last opponents in WWE. But no, the reason why he has jaundice is that he's supposed to be like a giraffe mutant. You know?
Spare serotonin,
I've restocked
please.
on Pat Stev. Yay. The Sweet Warriors. Why is Conrad Thompson in charge of AEW? Most popular wrestlers over here in wrestling school. Wait, why is Alexa Bliss at wrestling school? Why is Kevin Owens there? Why is Edge there? Stev, you are good, long boy. My boyfriend 2025. Well, tell your boyfriend that I am very appreciative of that. Holy shit, Peyton Royce is tough. Most reliable wrestlers. What do you mean reliable wrestlers? Do people just not show up for their matches here? Well, that's why they're not getting signed anywhere, because they don't actually show up for their fucking matches. Wait, can you smoke in this game? Huh? What? Dude, no fucking way. That's insane. I smoke my stogie. In losing his spot, Gira had to turn to the one thing that understood him. the burning end of a cigarette. Oh my god, and it actually like burns too. That's insane. What? I mean, I'm losing health. I should probably go and get something. Because now I'm not going to be ready for my match. I mean, listen. Listen, it's against Hillbilly Jim, so I'm not particularly... Actually, no. Hillbilly Jim's a little tough. Because he's actually, like, bigger than Gira. Although at that point, like, Gira's smaller than most people. So we need to get... We need to get juiced up. We'll eat some floor chicken leg. No! Do not pick it up. Just eat a whole egg. Bro! Bruh! That's insane work. Wait. Hold on, chat. I know a good strat here. But no, the reason why he looks like that is because... It's because he's supposed to be like a giraffe mutant, right? I'm pretty sure you can just fill up the water forever. Enter the curtain. Oh, shit. What? Oh, no, I pissed off Dan Sever, dude. So this is Melk, huh? Dan Severn, why are you just standing in the shower, bruh? Smoke cigarettes? Just drink water. Nothing beats a cool, refreshing sip of water, chat. As they say. Speaking of, hello. Alright. So Hillbilly Jim's already in the ring. Who's part of the Long Boy? Disputin'? The guy that complimented me on my mat. Dude, why do you look like that? Are you okay? You okay, bruh? You don't look it. Are you okay? My dude came out, raring for a fight, huh? I don't know about this, chat. This doesn't look too good. Gira, we both know that I wouldn't normally have a problem kicking your ass. But fortunately for you, I can't leave anything to chance and have to ensure things go my way. Would you be willing to throw the match if I paid you $510 for your trouble? You know what? Yeah, I'll let you in. Gira needs the money. Thanks for doing this. I'll pay you when I'm declared the winner. So let's get this over with. Alright, dude. Get your shit in.
1, 2, 3.
Listen, dude, we gotta make that money, okay? It was a pleasure doing business with you, Gira. Here's your $510 as promised. Hell yeah. We're here to get that bag, brother. We are here to get that fucking bag. See ya. Hillbilly Jim's progress is being hindered by the limitations of wrestling school. Dude, everyone's limitations are being shown. Suffer considerably from being the losing participant in that match. What do you mean, no wages? We got paid $500 for that. We're making bank, dude. Our first 3 matches and we're already over here just making bank. Man, being in wrestling school is not that bad, huh? Being in wrestling school is not too bad. Versus 19 other opponents. So wait, are they all like going up against him specifically? Hey! Listen, man, I know... Listen, I don't want to be on here either, but you know what? I'll fucking kick your ass if we need to. I'll fucking kick your ass just like I did back at SummerSlam. Ow! 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 I hate being in wrestling school, dude. I hate being in wrestling school. Could someone please just offer me a job? Not you, Ryback. Hey, Brian Danielson.
Hello, Mario.
Brian, can you offer me a job? Kevin, what are you doing? What are you doing? Brian, please offer me a job back in AEW. Please, man. No. No. Please. Ow, no! Ow, my fucking back. My back. Ow. Wait. Samantha Panther. I need to get a job. Please. Man, not even the cigarette wants to be around Gira. Also, hi, Dark Raven. Welcome to tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting. No. Go back to sleep. Ah! He's having night terrors. Dude, can I just, like, get on the ground and sleep? What happens if I just, like, try and get on the ground and sleep? I'm pretty sure you can do that, right? No? Well, fine, whatever. We gotta get that sleep either way. Alright, week 4, pay-per-view time, it looks like. Boston Blue Fly has been released by Wrestling Revolution. Mean Gene Okerlund? What? Oh no! Chat, Mean Gene just died. Orange Cassidy has been appointed as the new booker of Strong Style Wrestling. Sabu has been released by Strong Style Wrestling. Dude, everyone's getting released! Low-key is sad that Sabu has left Strong Style Wrestling. The Great Sasuke has been released by Rising Sun. Heckle Horn has left wrestling school to pursue a career in All-American Wrestling. Sky Two has developed a heated rivalry. Ilya Dragunov has recovered from his injury and looks forward to getting back into the ring.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
The fans insist on treating him as a heel despite his attempts to play face. Orange Cassidy, a booker? Dude, what would that look like? What the heck would that look like? That'd be weird as hell, wouldn't it? Alright, we're gonna see what all we have here on our plate this week. Because we're still gonna get matches, I think. After 4 hours of comfortable sleep, the industry will come together this week to stage a special tribute in memory of Mean Gene Okerlund. Prior to the public show, a private funeral will take place in the cemetery at 6 p.m. Online poll has identified Rob Van Dam as the most skillful wrestler in AEW. Giant Gonzalez. Oh, come on, dude. No. No. Welcome to the international press conference for Super Lucha Libre versus Wrestling School. Gira has yet to win at Wrestling School. What? How will you keep it that way, Giant Gonzalez? I've won 2 matches. Gira doesn't have the right attitude for this business, but I'll teach him a lesson. How is he going to beat the Giant Gonzalez? How does the Wrestling School side feel about this showdown with Super Lucha Libre? I'm so much more agile than Giant Gonzalez will feel like he's being double-teamed. I mean, that's true. It is a speed versus size battle. This has potential to be the best match on the card, so buy your ticket to see it live. Hell yeah. Wait. Hold on, is that Hulk Hogan? He's out here singing his theme song. Who the heck is refereeing this match? I'm the bigger man. I mean, that he is. You're just over here stating facts, Giant Gonzalez. I'm the bigger man with the bigger plan. This show is dedicated to the memory of Mean Gene Oakland, who recently passed away. Mean Gene's work in this ring meant a lot to fans, but the person he was backstage meant even more to us. He lived for his family, and through them he lives on. We hope the donations from this show will go towards his family. That's enough talking. Mean Gene Oakland's saying, "Ow! You know what? Fuck Mean Gene. I'm here for Yeah, it's Hulk Hogan. Okay, but the question is, sure, Hulk Hogan can count to 3, but can he count to 4 and past 4? Or can he only count to 4, chat? No! No fucking way. We're not gonna lose to the freaking Giant Gonzalez. Ow, no. No, you know what? No. Man, he's just throwing gear around like he's nothing. Please. Let me up. Yeah. Spinning sidekick. Good. Rather, ow. No. Man, the Giant Gonzalez just having his way with Gira. Dude. No. Yeah. No. Matt wrestling from the Giant Gonzalez. Wrenching on the arm of the Giant Giant Gonzalez. No. Oh shit. Coach Emerson. Hell yeah, dude. No. Don't let him get his finisher in. 1, 2. No. Fuck you, Hulk Hogan. Don't worry, brother. I can count to 3.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
For a 90 seconds Cheetos break? No! I'm gonna kill you, Giant Gonzalez. Yeah! Huh? Hell yeah, dude. Wait. No! No, I gotta put him through the table, chat. But first we need to run an ad. I'm sorry, but we need to run the ad.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos,
Raw
my
rolls
dudes?
on after this.
So what do you think Super Mario RPG is about? Saving the princess? Wrong. In the very beginning of the game, Bowser does kidnap the famous lady of video games, but you rescue her after a quick battle on a falling chandelier. Then a huge living sword named Smithy.
I'll be honest, chat. I'm not liking the looks of our odds here.
The princess and Bowser are lost, and you have to find them. At an odd point in your quest, you actually join your enemy Bowser and discover the princess in Booster's tower. Who the heck is Booster? Who knows? The princess is a fight.
This here might be our
She
Cars
tricks
3
Bowser
moment.
Kissing Mario is a prank. Don't mess with the princess.
Where our goat
She
is
doesn't like to
washed.
play games. But we like to play this one. Super Mario RPG is full of fun. The battle controls are the best of any RPG. Other Nintendo characters also have cameos. Donkey Kong appears in the jungle. Link from the Zelda games is found sleeping in one of the inns, and the 8-bit ancestor of Mario is found behind a curtain in Booster's
I'm going
tower.
to get more water,
The 3D
shall we?
graphics of this
Back in
game
a second.
are outstanding. You will love this game. The only flaws are the poor hit detection outside of the battle screens and the low difficulty level. You'll beat this game in a week tops if you play a lot every day. Nevertheless, you have to play this game. So rent it, have a ball playing it, beat it, and return it. Mario is back on top. Grab a pen or pencil, quick. In Super Mario RPG,
Om
you have
nom
to
nom.
play 3
Oh,
different
excuse me,
songs
we're back,
3
my
different
dudes.
times in order to win membership cards for the drink bar in Tadpole Pond. The last song is the hardest to play. The notes are la ti do, re so, do re mi. I hope you're writing this down. Look closely at the placement of the tadpole shown here to see where the notes go. Again, the notes are la ti do, re so, do re mi. We'll leave it up for the slow writers out there. Playing this tune will win you the Soprano card, which will allow you to buy the Caro Caro Colas at the drink bar. These special colas restore all hit points and magic points for your party. Some games really tick you off from time to time. Super Mario RPG is one of them. In one section of the game, you have to climb vines to reach Nimbus Land, which is floating high in the sky. Our game guy Tom Allen was so mad, he almost broke his controller in half. The play control in this area is awful, especially this jump right here. He's still trying to make this jump without falling. We'll have the ending to this otherwise fun game on a future episode, so keep watching the show for more coverage of that famous mustachioed plumber.
And welcome back to Raw. Alright, we're facing the fucking giant Gonzalez here, and right now he is beating us from pillar to post. We're seldom getting anything in. Oh, fuck. Ow! Dude, look at Gira, he's a bloody mess! 3, brother. Ow! Ow! Dude, the giant Gonzalez is laughing at us. Ow! Ow! Please. Let me get something in. Hold on. We need fight music. What the? Come on.
Break.
What? Break, brother.
Break.
That's safe. Rope break. Hulk, please. Come on. What the? Dude, he was prepared to kick me out the air. No. No! Dude, he broke his neck. What, the giant swing? I need to get out the ring. I need to get out the ring. No. Holy shit. I need to get out the ring. I need to recover. Out the ring. Out the ring. Out the ring. We need to recover. Come on. Take the jump, you coward. Yeah, exactly. Dude, why does he have so much better technical ability than Gira? It's the giant Gonzalez. It's the giant Gonzalez, dude. I'm getting jobbered out to him. Come on. Get back in the ring. Yeah, let's go. Finally, we're on the offensive. We might actually be able to do something in this. Tap. We're going to win here on pay-per-view, chat. Yeah, let's go. A cutter. Jeez. 1, 2. I love Hogan's just alliterations here as a ref. Yeah, let's go, man. Speaking of Hogan, we just had our Andre moment there. That's crazy. Yes, we're actually on the offensive. We might be able to win this. Come on. Come on, Gira. Come on, Gira might get signed if we can win this fucking match. Yeah! In the chokehold! I'm gonna pin you. 1. What the? 1 counts? No. Come on. Tap. Tap. Please. Yeah! You only won because you had help, Gira. Coach Emerson would always be there to protect you. That's a valid point, honestly. Although, you also lost because you missed the outside dive. You know what they say about outside dives, Giant Gonzalez. You know exactly what they say about them, dude. Profile has risen after taking part in such a compelling match. Wow! Look at that! We donated our wages. We taken each other to hell and back, Gira. And I've had enough of it. Why don't we bury the hatchet so that we can both get back to concentrating on our careers? You know what? Sure thing, Kev. Sure thing. We're out of WWE. It's a new start for us. It's a new leaf. It's a new era. For the both of us. We don't need to be at each other's throats. King Kong Bundy has been released by Maple Leaf Dude, everyone's getting released. What is happening? Wrestling can't be on the downturn. Bret Hart is glad that King Kong Bundy has left Maple Leaf Grappling. Alternate universe where Bret Hart hates King Kong Bundy more than Goldberg. And also he wears red for some reason. Steve Blackman has been released by Weekend Warriors. He was not as cold as ice. Wrestling School have crowned Win Stevenson as their new co-ed champion. Tall Orders Association with Big Question has had a negative impact on his popularity. Ilya Dragunov has left Wrestling School to pursue a career in Wrestling Revolution. Bro, where can I get a career? Where can I get anything going here? Where exactly can I get anything going here? I don't know, but I'm gonna smoke my stogie. It's gonna be awesome. Why is there no one here today? Oh, because there's no show. Well, that'll do it. Well, hey, that just gives me an opportunity to try and find a job. Because we still don't have a job even after all this time. Hello there, my friend. Hello. Hello, animal. Wait, that costs us $10 to smoke a cigarette? Holy shit! Now we have full adrenaline. Yeah! Cutter! Cutter on animal. Yeah! Holy shit! The drugs make him more violent, chat. Now you know my pain from being on the indies. Can I not get outside of the, Can I not get outside of the place here? Press conference. It costs you $600 to get to the hotel? I'm sorry? No, $300. Okay. Well, wait, can I pick this up? I cut myself open. Can I fold it? It doesn't seem like it. You don't know me. That's my purse. I don't know you. Wait, is that dynamite? Huh? That's the juiciest apple of all time. Well, I got a surprise for Kevin Owens. I lied, I'm not done with you. Wait, hold on, no. Yeah, I am. I moved on to, Yeah, get him, Kev! Get him! So how many times do I need to throw this before it blows up? Blows up?! I want the dynamite to explode. One. Huh? One. What? Oh, give me that back. Give me that back. I don't want any trouble with someone who's willing to use an explosive. Well, I got more popular for that. Animals beaten to shit, dude. fucking hillbilly Jim can't believe it. Dynamite Tony Khan might have been here. Let's go ignite in a flash of light, so on and so forth. That is a juicy ass watermelon, yeah. Wait, what's in this? An apple? Well, if it's a gift. What the? Oh, I vomited? I didn't realize you could eat too much. Hi. I'm Miss Viola. How are you? What the? Hey. And why is Kane purple? Purple Kane, purple Kane. What the? No! Wait, how did... What? How did I fall asleep? Wait, can I use the gun? What the fuck? What the f... Dude! No way! Grimace Kane. Purple Kane. So how can I shoot? I love Shadow the Hedgehog. Alright, we gotta improve agility here at... Dude, come on. Hold on. Yes, Kane? What is it? Pain vomited too, dude. You know what? I think you and I are gonna get along. Both of us hate food. Here we go. Yeah. There you go. We'll just sleep on the hospital bed. What did I pay? I don't even know what I paid for that, chat. I didn't pay a single thing to sit in there. Boomtown has left Wrestling Revolution to pursue a career in All-American Wrestling. Marty Jannetty has been released by All-American Wrestling and must now make ends meet. Wait, am I fighting Marty Jannetty next? He's left Super Strong Style Wrestling. Left for a career in Super Lucha Libre. The Barbarian has left and gone to AEW. Damien Sandow has developed a friendship with CM Punk at Weekend Warriors. Named this tag team. After 8 hours of comfortable sleep, Guerra's energy levels are now at 65. Animal has left wrestling school to pursue a career at Weekend Warriors. Dude, he got beaten up by freaking Guerra in a single week, and he's like, nah, bro, I'm out of here. King Kong Bunny has developed a friendship with Eddie Guerrero, Super Lucha Libre. This quest of privacy has married into the royal family and agreed to be interviewed by the most famous broadcaster on Earth. Oh yeah, that's right. In his quest for privacy. Guerra's profile has suffered from a lack of exposure in recent weeks. What? Huh? Your old adversary, Terry Funk, suggested that you reignite your feud here at Rising Sun Puroresu. You're not exactly a priority for us right now, but we consider bringing you in with this deal. What? Only paid for losing matches. What? No. No. I'm not. What? Chat, we might be about to sign with New Japan, but I'm not signing for an enhancement talent role. Wait, it's not about what I would do. What would Gira do? I mean, at this point, he needs money, and I feel like that this would illustrate a fall. No compete. May not sign with a rival promotion. No creative control. No creative control. May not make or refuse any changes. Well, how about no creative control? How about that? We'll sign that. No, I can't sign off on that contract. It's way too heavily in your favor. What do you mean? You get to make any changes with him and it's fine. Okay, how about this? Cannot refuse additional responsibilities. What? Dude. Only paid for losing matches. What do you mean too heavily in your favor? I can't... Dude, you get to put me on anything you want. Cannot refuse additional responsibilities. I mean... Dude. Really? How about... And you want enhancement talent so bad? You need the money. You got it. Great, I'm glad you could agree to our terms. Welcome to Rising Sun Puroresu. We'll book you against Terry Funk straight away to reignite the feud. But wait! Terry Funk doesn't have a history with Gira. Terry, what do you mean? Terry Funk, what do you mean? I hear you fell for the enhancement talent clause as well. You're no better than me, Gira. You offered it to me! What do you mean you're no better than me? You think $1,700 per week is a good deal, Gira? I wouldn't even show up if they paid me that little. You're the one who wanted me here! You know what? I'm not waiting until the match. I'm fighting you now. I was glad to see you leave wrestling school. Now you're Rising Sun Puroresu's problem. You know what? I'm not waiting until the match. I'm fighting you now. I was glad to see you leave wrestling school. Now you're Rising Sun Puroresu's problem. You know what? You know what? Fuck all of y'all. Ah! Ah! Ow! No! Ow! Ah! I'm crashing out, chat. Gear's crashing out. I need to answer the phone! Please! Ow. No, the phone! Looks like you lost control for a while there. You need to look after your mental health. Wait, he's in Rising Sun, but he's wearing a WWE shirt. LMAO. I mean, this right here is new territory. Can I stop fighting Polka Paulo? Please? No. Stay away from me, Antonio Inoki. No! Bruh. Wait, Jack Black? Scott Steiner? Shushin Thunder Liger. Dude. What do you mean there's no show today? Dude, Gero only he only makes money if he loses. That Diamond Cutter is a nice finisher. I hope I'm never on the wrong end of it. Well, just you wait, Dolph. I got your fucking gold dust. I was so excited when I heard you were coming to Rising Sun. I'm sure you'll fit in well here. Thanks, Bruiser. I'll be sure to not get on your bad side. Hey! Well, we got friends with Bruiser Brody. Cool. You know what? Wait, that's Ted okay, no, never mind. That's Ted DiBiase. Chat. Well, we got a job. It's a real shitty job. Literally, the only way that we can make money is if we win matches. Or lose matches, actually. Kurt, with a weird dad stash, can you help me get a job somewhere where I can actually do something? Well, fine, you know what? We're gonna rise to the top, okay? We don't really have plans for you, but we'll bring you in on a deal where the only way that you can win is if you look up at the stars. What? Hey! Phone! 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 Get up! Phone. No, hello? No! Ah! No! This is bullshit, dude! Listen, it makes sense for Gero's arc. But like... Dude, that's a shit contract. That's awful. That's terrible. That's terrible. We're signed to New Japan, and the only way that we can make money is if we lose matches. New lightweight champion Samantha Panther has defeated Monica Marquez to become the new lightweight champion of Wrestling Revolution. Woodrow has been released by Wrestling Revolution. Bob Orson is sad about that. After 7 hours of comfortable sleep, he's now at 64%. Rob Van Dam has defeated Scott Steiner to become the new heavyweight champion, Super Lucha Libre. The new WCW champion, new cruiserweight champion. Jose Rios has defeated Perry Saturn to become the new cruiserweight champion. Akio Sato. An online poll has identified Mark Henry as the strongest wrestler in Weekend Warriors. Cool. Wait, he's at UFC? Mask versus Mask? What do you mean Mask? No. Right. Back for our first day of losing. Hi, Bruiser Hi. What's up, bud? Worst game ever. That's real nice of you, Bruiser Brody. Can you help me, like, get new work, please? Wait, why are you following me? I don't want to be followed by Bruiser Brody. I don't think that's good news for me. Hi, Shawn Michaels. It's the John Cena thing? Wait, Tony Khan, please. Tony, take me back. Please. Tony! Listen, Kira, I've been keeping an eye on your progress, and I think some changes need to be made. Your financial status brings shame on the company. Our stars are supposed to be rich and fit. You offered me the contract! Save up $6,500 by the 3rd week of May, or I'll be putting you on the street. What? Dude! Kira's out. Actual fucking rock bottom, dude. Get up. Hey, Kira, I understand you got a match against Terry Funk. Yeah. If you would like me to take him out for you, how would you like me to take him out for you? I'll make sure he hobbles to the ring. Yes. You know what? No. That won't be necessary. I hope you're right about that, Kira. I'll always have your back if you need help. Man! Keiji Muto and Bruiser Brody both have Kira's back. It's because game recognizes game, chat. Game recognizes fucking game. But you know what? You know what it also recognizes? A good pre-match snack. Just water. No cigarettes today. What the? Oh no, I gotta piss. I gotta piss. I gotta piss. Wait. Huh? Wait, did he just piss himself? What? Okay. Can I fill it up here? What? Okay. Wait, Roman Reigns? Enter the curtain. Not yet. We gotta get the juice. Hey, Roman, you gonna watch my match tonight? You gonna watch my match tonight? Aww. Dude. Dude, bros are... Dude, I'm a Bruiser Brody's based. That's crazy.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and take it before the start of the next match. Let's do it.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
One of the most graphically impressive titles ever to hit the Sony PlayStation, Crash Bandicoot is a challenging, must-have game. First, let's get the negatives out of the way. The gameplay is not as good as Mario 64. The levels aren't as vast or expansive. Crash's levels are basically straight, although you can move anywhere within the path of gameplay. The game is nowhere near as fun as Mario, but it far surpasses Nintendo's mustachioed plumber in challenge. Now we get to the good stuff. Crash is, ironically, quite similar to Mario. Question mark blocks appear everywhere in the game. Common enemies include piranha plants and turtles. This is too much to be a coincidence. It's probably a nice little slap in the face to Nintendo, and if you've seen the Crash Bandicoot commercials, you'd probably agree. The slap is all in good fun, though. Sony has aggressively marketed its possible new mascot, but very tastefully. We've always wanted Nintendo to be just as dynamic, but their ads are like sticks in the mud. Crash's more mesmerizing levels are later in the game, but players will still be amazed by some of the earlier levels, like the trip down the river and the marathon run to get away from an Indiana Jones-ish boulder. We'll have more on this game in a later show, but the news here is simply that Crash is a good buy. You don't need to know anything more than that, at least not yet. Keep watching for more wild rodent action.
Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. Dude, how did we get into this situation? We're literally on the worst deal that you could possibly imagine. This is awful. But okay. Gonna go in there and we're gonna teach Terry Funk a lesson. It's Guira's first match in Japan. He's ready to take it by storm. By looking up at the lights. Man, that's a lot of people. I have a lot of people at this point. Here we go. Here in the King of Sport, and you have the John Silver thing there. That's awesome. You're a long way from home, Guira. You should have stayed at wrestling school. You may have been a big fish in a small pond, but Rising Sun is too tough for a loser like you. This is my yard, and these are my fans. Nobody carves out a successful career here without my blessing. That's strange, because I recall signing my contract with Antonio Inoki and not you. I mean, you were in the room. So there's that. Antonio Inoki can't protect you once you step into this ring. So you better watch your attitude. Fine. You know what? I'll tell you what, to have fucking Terry Funk as your first opponent here, that's pretty based. Tap! Actually, no, don't tap. I'm supposed to lose. But we gotta give him a show. Terry, we gotta give him a show, man. Oh, man. Ah! Not wrestling here. Now this is some fucking wow! Now this is some fucking wrestling, chat. Oh shit! Ah! Oh, jeez! Wow! I'll teach you to get the thumbs down. Whoa! Okay. Hello. What the? It's just... It's a very oddly sweaty game, this Wrestling Empire. It's just like... So like, it's like how much like damage do we have to do before? Ow! Damn! Dude, Guira's neck is in agony.
Hello, Mario.
Huh? LBC, hello, hello, Soul. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Oh shit! We have made our way to New Japan Pro Wrestling. What the? Ow! You want a jobber, huh? I'll show you a fucking jobber. Guira over here. Guira over here on that Shawn Michaels at SummerSlam type beat. Oh, hey. Oh, hello. Damn, powdered out to the ring. Guira doesn't do jobs. He'll lose matches, but he doesn't do jobs. All right. What? Ah! Ow! Ow! Damn! Ow! No! 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 I need to get back into the ring! I gotta get back into the ring! Guira needs to get back in there. Just a second. We need music. Glad to hear your voice tonight, Steph. I'm glad to be doing this. How you doing, Soul? Wait, hold on. I was about to say, Terry Funk's getting counted out. Ah, shit. No. No. Damn. Oh. Wow. Yeah. Gira's a house of fire. Gira's a house of fire, chat. Tables are getting crashed. Faces are getting broken. It's an all-out war here in New Japan. It's time for my weekend, so vibing. No. Terry, please. Please, Terry. No. No. No, Terry. We finish it in the ring. Ow. Damn. Where'd that ladder come from? Ooh! Tit for tat. Terry Funk's been watching him over at wrestling school. All right, how much blood have you lost? I mean, the Terry Funk, it's surprising that it's not more, honestly. Hell yeah, ow! Ow! Gira got clipped. Gira got clipped on the freaking stairs. Come on. Ow. Terry Funk is no joke. Oh no, his eyes. His eyes. Oh, that's right. His mask was lost, which I guess means his sunglass. You're required stitches after incurring some facial damage and will be nursing the wound until next week. Man. Come on, that had to have bumped us up. Where are we? What? That took us down? Come on. Give me my money. I lost the match. Give me my money. Hey, cool. I basically can't spend anything. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Gira's injured. Man, ow! Help. Yeah, he's gotta go to the hospital, chat. Someone please help. Ow! Nah. Jumbo Tsuruta followed him here! Jumbo Tsuruta followed into New Japan! Chat, when are we gonna get the Jumbo Tsuruta face off? Ow! Brody! Help me, Brody! Bruiser Brody, help me! Bruiser, help me! No one offering to take him to the hospital by now? Damn. Bruiser, help me! No! Don't... Don't join hands with me!
Hello, Mario.
Help me! Never... Never ask Bruiser to help you. Well, I am. Someone help Gear. Someone help him. Undertaker. Jumbo Saruda. No, that is not Jumbo Saruda. Ow. Ow. Damn. Gotta go to the hospital, chat. Garrett, it seems you'll be struggling with your injured head for another 2 weeks. You think it's worth paying $500 for surgery to help you recover quicker? I mean, yeah, it might. It might. We need to save money. We need to save big money at Menards. After this surgery, you should be back as early as the 4th week of April. Oh, that's fucking great to hear, Doc. His face hurty. Yeah, we went to a local medical facility. Start carrying things around and see if people buy them. I could. I could, yeah. We gotta be wheeling and dealing. Nikki Bella and Sophia Luna Vachon. Paige has been released by Strong Style Wrestling. Oh, she was released by AEW. It looks forward to getting back into the ring. Akio Sato, been released by Federation Online. Albert has left wrestling school to pursue a career at Strong Style Wrestling. That actually is like impossible though. Gira has been challenged to amass a bank balance of $6,500 by the 3rd week of May. I don't think the doctors should drink and do surgery. LMAO. So, yeah, Gira might be screwed here. Well, listen. It is the first. It's a first blood match. What the fuck? Doc, no! Hey, Garrett, don't you ever wish that there was someone in your corner to guide you to victory? Sure, Okada. So long as you give me my cut, I'll make sure you never lose another match. That is the worst deal I've ever heard in my life. No, I don't need any help. I can either be your best friend or your worst enemy. Instead of helping you win, I'll make sure you lose. Well, you know what? Thanks. Thanks. That does more for my bank account. So my gimmick, let's see here. Alright, Keiji Muto is my enemy. Kazuchika Okada is my story enemy? Okada, we can't afford you. And Okada is my real life enemy and my story enemy. Well, I suppose what our next program is after we're all done with, hey, Bruiser Brody. Well, I guess we know what our next program is once we're all done with Terry Funk. Now, chat, I know it, and what the... Here, have you ever considered adding some new moves to your repertoire? Dude, fuck you, you're giving me a time frame here. Sure, I'll learn some new moves. I look forward to seeing your new finisher. Well, listen, it's pay-per-view night. Bullet Club versus Elite. Oh my, LMAO. Well, listen, the Long Boy Club is finally here in New Japan. Wait, Dr. Dr. Death. Alright. I know a fun hack that we can use to get more stamina. Watch this, chat. Unlimited refill. Remember, you're on a mission to amass a bank balance of that many. I fucking know, Zeus. You only have till the 3rd week of May, so you better make sure you're on time. I'm trying, man. I'm fucking trying over here. Wait, conference? Huh? What do you mean news conference? Need more water. Can't believe Gira's coming out without his sunglasses, chat. Alright, we gotta get to the press conference. I gotta be there to sign babies and shake autographs. Welcome to this press conference as we look ahead to Terry Funk versus Gira. Terry Funk, after being Gira last time, how will you ensure history repeats itself? Everybody knows the fans are behind me, so there'll be the adrenaline in my veins. Gira, after losing to Terry Funk, how can you change the narrative this time? Terry Funk may have beaten me last time, but that just means I know what to expect now. This has potential to be the best match on the card, so buy your ticket to see it live. Wait, we're next? Huh? Okay. Nah. No, I need the milk. I need milk. I'll be ready this time. And some conference pizza. Dude, that's a humongous slice. Alright, we're ready to go. Keiji Muto, can you, like, have my back or something? Or is Okada going to be like... Man, Tanahashi, what happened to you? I'm gonna fucking get Jumbo Tsuruta one of these days. So apparently this match is first blood. I may as well just let Terry Funk me up here. Match is first blood. You're not a real fighter, Terry Funk. The rules in this place are keeping you alive. Well, you can't hide behind a referee this time because we're going to fight no holds barred. The only time a referee has ever held my hand is to declare me the winner. But the next time someone holds your hand, I'll be a medic checking for your pulse. It'll be a medic checking for your pulse. Wait, what am I doing to him? Come on! I know you got more in you. You didn't just bring that here for a show, did you? Oh, fine. Wait, what does he mean by first blood? Or is it just like no holds barred? Dude, get the sign out of the way. Praying. Alright. What the? Ah! Yeah, there you go. Wait. Gira loves you, Solo. So wait, like, is the ref checking for blood? No, dude, we got the indie punches. No way. Yeah. What the? No, you can't bleed there. And we just keep going until someone has a winner. Dude, that men's rumble last night was a top 5 ever at least, right? I don't know. I mean, it was pretty dang good. It was pretty dang good. Terry Funk wins. Okay, great. Holy shit! Dude, Terry Funk reopened the stitches on Gira. Gira's profile has suffered considerably after incurring a loss. Gira's poor face. No kidding. Well, hey, that match rose us up a level, I think. pay-per-view bone. Okay, I need to go see Antonio Inoki. Jesus Christ. Wow. Kira's fucked up, dude. This 40-year-old man is fucked up. Wow. Wow. With this luminescent hair. Okada, don't you ever get tired of losing to Terry Funk? Just admit that you don't have what it takes. I'm literally being paid to lose, dude. I just saw a pipe in the backstage area, if that's what you're looking for. Thanks. What the? Animal! No! Animal, are you... Dude, are you okay? Are you okay, man? What do you want, Fabulous Moolah? Need to find a train to sleep on, dude. Okada, what do you want, man? I blame Moolah. I mean, that's fair. Fine. Just sleeping in the subway. Dude, is Animal dead? I don't know. Keiji Muto has defeated Asuka to become the new Super Junior champion of New Japan. Ricky Chozo's feud with Gira appears to have lost momentum and is no longer over with the fan. We had a... Dude, what do you mean a feud with him? We're feuding with Okada, right? Bruiser Brody's attitude has improved considerably in recent weeks. After 7 hours of uncomfortable sleep, Gira's energy levels are now at 100%. Now he's leaving Super Lucha Libre, released by Super Lucha Libre. Brian Pillman has been released by Super Lucha Libre. Huh? Animal was found unconscious in the subway and will be resting up in hospital for the next 1 week. Sea Breeze has left wrestling school. Maple Leaf Grappling. Gira has been challenged to amass the money. Dude, how are we gonna get this money? And we're already moving into a feud with Okada. We're already moving into the feud with Okada. Why is there no shows next week? Dude, why we just have no programming? Run around and hope someone offers you some, I guess. LMAO. Animal looked dead. He did. But, like, it wasn't, like, bloody or anything.
Hello, Mario.
Mr. Doe, hell of a fight you got waiting for you, bitch. Yeah. That's my Okada right there. Bitch. I understood that reference. I gotta go and have a chat with Inoki, dude. Wait, I'm sorry to see you lose another match. You've yet to win at Rising Sun. Well, Asuka, have you seen my contract? That thing's awful. Okay, well, hi Vader. So here's what I'm gonna do, right, chat? I'm just gonna walk around. And I'm going to hope that someone wants to buy this lead pipe from me. There's an exit straight into the subway. Yeah. Yeah. Inoki, we gotta talk about my contract, dude. I have been... No. Sit down. You and I need to have a discussion. You and I need to have a discussion. You go get in that chair of yours, and we need to talk. No. No, do not have Keiji Muto sit there. As much as I love him, we need to talk. That's my seat, Gira. Get up before I sit on you. Oh no. Oh no. No, that's your seat. I'm literally in the seat that people like, you know, look at you from? You know what? No, I was here first. Well, if you won't get off it yourself, then I'll just have to drag you off. Do it. You won't. You won't. Go and fucking do it. What? Ah! Yeah, Keiichi Muto! I'm stronger than you, Gira. Don't start something you can't finish. Yeah, buddy! Fuck you, Antonio Inoki! Yeah! Hell yeah, maybe a new employer. Did you know you can dash by double tapping any direction? What? Yes, I did. Have you ever worked with a wrestler called Gail Kim? Her contract is up for renewal soon, so we'd be interested to know if you have any feedback. We need to keep Gail Kim. Yeah, you know what? Gail Kim will be pleased to hear that. We'll do our best to keep her here at Rising Sun. Well, thank you for that. Your ass better call somebody. But no, I enjoyed the Royal Rumble. I thought that it was pretty good. Mr. President, I know you suck ass, but can you please help me? Please just get me a job. Somewhere. Anywhere. I just wanted to wish you luck in your match tonight, Gear. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Tenryu. After all, dangerous things happen back here. It would be a shame if you ended up crawling to the ring. What? Huh? But neither of us want that to happen, right? So hand over 1,000 Dude, everyone is out to get... Dude, everyone's out to get Gira. Everyone's out to get Gira. No, do your worst. You're not even worth my time, Gira. I'll get you when you least expect it. Mr. President, please help me. No! Ah! Ah, no! I'm gonna miss my match! Ah! No! No! Come on! Chat, everyone wants Gira dead. Dude, everyone wants Gira dead. It was when you least expected it. That's very true. I didn't expect it really at any point, which was right away. It's the Rainmaker! Kazuchika Okada! You know what? In any other circumstance, this would be a monster push for Gira. But all he's doing is being a jobber to the stars. It may be depressing for you, Gira, but we need to talk about business for a minute. Yeah? It must be hard to survive on as little as that
It's
per week
almost time
because
for a
stars
90
like me have all
seconds
the real
Cheetos
money.
break, my dudes.
Enjoy it while it lasts, Kazuchika Okada. I still got 42 weeks left on my deal, so I'll be here long before you're gone. Okay. Well, it was when you least expected it. That's very true. It was when I least expected it. Although before we get going on this match, we need to run an ad.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my
Raw
dudes?
rolls on after this. I gotta mark the moment when we least expect it.
Silent Hill can also be tossed on the fire, but this one isn't nearly as bad. Many of you will like this game, but for us, it didn't come anywhere near Resident Evil 2. The quality of the full motion video faces is stunning, but the in-game graphics leave a lot to be desired.
Everyone's out to get Gira.
Goals are the main detractors.
They all heard how unsafe he was to work, and they're all mad at Antonio Inoki for signing him.
And Dark Shadows create an amazing sense of fear and anticipation.
But like Inoki took pity on
Unfortunately,
Gira.
this visual sense does not stay with the game on a consistent basis. Much of the game is silent, so the game is aptly named. The use of silence is a great idea, but needs better execution.
Gira's been squandering away here at New Japan. We're gonna wait until the ad is done. We're gonna wait until the homunculus tells us. Now, chat. I don't know if you know this. Well, actually, hold on. We're gonna wait until.
Om nom nom.
wait until I'm
Oh,
done with the
excuse
match.
me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw. I got something I want to tell you guys, but wait until after the match. Wait for like 10 minutes and then I'll tell you. We need music. We need that SVR type beat. What the? Ah! The suspense. Yeah, I got something cool to tell you. You're gonna need to wait. What do you mean break? No! You got me locked in. No. No, 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 no. Ah! Yeah, boo him. Boo this man. Arrgh! Man, Gira's a bleeder. Dude, Gira's a bleeder. What the fuck? Leg drop, brother. What the? No!
For life.
12-6, GB 1216. Hello there. Thank you very much for following. You're now a member of the Lumboy Club for life. We're over here getting our ass kicked by Kazuchika Okada. How are you doing? What the hell? He's... What? Okay. This game has the feeling of like bashing like, you know, action figures together. What the? Oh, dang. But yeah, you're now a member of the Lumboy Club for life. 1216.
Hello,
How you
Mario.
doing? I'm all right, and Gira needs a shower to wash off that blood. He does, honestly. Ooh, one. Which is why it's the best one. Wait, what's the best one? I'm sorry, I'm very stupid. Every single, all three matches so far, Gira has shown color. That's very true. This right here is the best wrestling game so far. I mean, this right here is basically a version of what I've wanted for a long time. Come on, we're not gonna collide like that, right? Ow! And Gira's washed, dude. I need to roll over. I need to turn over. Yeah, baby! You left yourself open. They're trading holds on the mat. I didn't want to say, chat, that once... Whoa, hello. Man, the brain buster. I wish Ndiki would release the tools to make moves. I make some stupid dangerous stuff like a powerbomb brain buster or a gorilla press tombstone. Ah, damn. I mean, that's a pin, right? Damn. That or drag around or that drag around thing DDP does in that old NL like NL video. Oh, what? Like the one where he like enters like he's a fucking like he's Bray Wyatt on crack. I like that too. We need to see Gira's new finisher. Oh, he's flipping him off. Whoa! Damn! This right here is like the LDC versus the Elites here. Get up. Get up, Gira. Yeah! All right, back in the ring. Gonna taunt a little bit, build up our meter. Come on. What the? Hiroshi Tanahashi? Wait, is Tanahashi gonna help us? No way. Tanahashi. Wait, Tanahashi-san's here to help us, I think. Tanahashi, please. No. Not at all, boy. No! Ow! No, Tanahashi, please. I'm gonna make them all yours, Tanahashi. All right, he's all yours. Woo, hello. No. How do I get them in a submission hold and make it like stick? You're taking it here. Damn. Come on, Okada. It's a stat thing, yeah. I believe so. Belly. No! No, Okada. You gotta do your thing, dude. Aren't you supposed to be like king shit around here?
Right.
You only got 2 more minutes to put me away, Okada. Come on, man. What the hell? A spike? Or a screwdriver? Screwdriver handle. If you're on the jobber contract, what happens if you win? You probably get no money. You probably just don't get paid that week. Holy shit. Ow. Okada, just put me away, dude. Ooh! Falcon Arrow. We call that an Okada driver. Come on, Okada. Get your shit in. He's even doing the modern
Mario.
Okada thing. Okada, do your thing, dude. Or I'm taking it home. Ooh, discus. Okada, take it home. I gotta get paid this week. I gotta get paid this week, dude. Do you not know what I'm doing? Do you not know the type of deal I'm on? Yeah, pin me now. Pin me. Pin me. Pin me. No. You just cost me that match, Hiroshi Tanahashi. If you mess with my career, I'll end yours. Man, they all hate Gira. They don't want him here, man. None of them want him here. What the? None of them want him here. That is an intentional choice. An encounter established Gira as a face who has the support of the fans. Wow. You know what? Maybe there is an upside to it. Dude, we're rising in popularity. Gira equals buy rate. Wait, wage it. Huh? I mean, I didn't win the match. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm sorry we didn't win that match, but we'll do better next time. I didn't even ask for your help, Tanahashi. Thank you. Okay, well, never mind. Gira in those blood red equals money green. I mean, we didn't win the match, so I guess the game counted that. I see you had fun out there, Gira, but you made quite a mess of that arena. If we ever want to book this venue again, you better pay $239 towards the damages? No, that's not my problem. I suppose you're right. But what did they expect when they let a wrestling show into the venue? Yeah, you know what? You and I are... What the... No! No! I'm the talent! You can't do this! Inoki, stop! Do you want me to do this or not? Ah! Fine. You know what? Fuck all of y'all. I don't need any of you. Slow down, Gira. Running may get you quicker, but it also makes you tired. I just won my match. I just won my match, Misawa. Get off my case. Now go take a shower. There's a Coke in the fridge with your name on it. Dude, they hate Gira. They do. All of them hate him. Sting, can you, like, help me, dude? Boink? Caramel? Anyone? Remember, you're on a mission to amass a I know! No! Get up! Gira, get up. Get up. That's not where you sleep. You sleep over here. You sleep here. Honk shoe. He's not a honk. Me. Man. Dude, they fucking hate you in this game. Adam Cole defeated Cody Rhodes to become the new world champion of AEW. The Great Muta has developed a friendship with Bailey of Super Lucha Libre. Red Shoes has developed a friendship with Yoshihiro Takayama. After 5 hours of comfortable sleep, Gira's energy levels are now at 42%. Weekend Warriors has good ratings. Kylie Barrier went to Federation Online. Hello, Conrad. We're pleased to be joined in this studio by Gira of Rising Sun Puroresu. Let's talk about something here. Club Anathema with the Long Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello there, everyone. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. For those of you who are unaware, first off, Club Anathema. Can I call you Anna? Is that fine? I like shortenings. And calling you Club is a little, I don't know, that seems a little weird. Seems a little unwieldy. Okay, Anna, thank you. Thank you very much for sending your lovely community on over here. My name is Giraffe Estev. I'm the president of the Longboy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, good desk chairs, and my stinky cat. How was your stream, Anna? I know that you did some physical art stuff. You're making some custom like little bead art. It was really cute. It was really cool. Y'all should go and follow Anna, by the way. They are very artistically talented and really cool and really chill. So yeah, go and follow them. Go follow them. It was good. My back hurty though. LOL. Aw, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. How much would it cost for you to make a bead art of the giraffe homunculus? Abdul the Butcher is my best friend. It's gotta be Gail Kim, right? Gail Kim will be happy to hear that. I'm sure she feels the same way about you. No, I thought that Keiji Muto was my best friend. Setting aside your personal feelings, which promotion do you think has the highest TV ratings right now? Well, that'll be All American Wrestling, not Wrestling School. Yes, All American Wrestling's ratings are up there. You obviously pay attention to every aspect of this business. Tell us about your career at Rising Sun Puro Resu. How much are they paying you right now? I earn $1,700 per week. Dude, I'm not supposed to be giving away the contract. You're worth every penny, Gira. I can see you take this business seriously. I really enjoyed talking to you, Gira, so thanks for your time. Yeah, we got some good press there. Good job. Versus Stan Hansen's team. Man, okay. Well, thanks, Meltzer. Let's see here. Gimmick. I don't think we're supposed to give that info out, Conrad. Yeah, seriously. Oh, it costs money to get new stuff? So chat. I feel like at some point we should maybe put a mask on Gira, right? I think that'd be cool. It costs $25 in a microphones match in the podcast studio. What? Hi, Gail Kim. What's what's up? Hi. How are you? She's just standing there. But yeah. For those of you who are new to the Longboy Clubhouse, I specialize predominantly in wrestling content, as well as role-playing games, strategy games, and other things of that nature. Specifically, I enjoy creating my own little canons and stories in the games I play, especially with wrestling games. Like right now, we are playing, as I said, I was about to say 2K20, but that's not it. Right now we are playing Wrestling Empire, where we are continuing the story of everyone's favorite created wrestler and giraffe mutant, Gira, who was recently released by WWE due to being an unsafe worker. Now he's back here on the indies, but it's a little different this time because recently he got signed by New Japan, but he's on an absolutely dog shit deal of $1,700 a week, but only if he loses. The only way that he can get money is if he loses matches. So now the question is, how long will he actually be able to keep this up before he actually just gets fed up and is like, no, I'm going into business for myself. I actually want to win matches. So that way I can win championships and raise my stock, you know? At what point will the money be... At what point will the money be not a determining factor for him, right? Real enemy is Antonio Inoki.
Life.
Another good username. Hello, welcome to the Longboy Club. You're now a member of the Longboy Club for life. Appreciate you being here. Hopefully you're having a good night, my friend. And thank you for the follow. I can see how you get them mixed up, 2K20 and and Wrestling Empire being similar. Inoki really is holding it against you. He is! Like, he's over here demanding so much of me. And
Hello, Mario.
he's all like, I just personally don't sign enhancement. Well, listen, in storyline, Gear is down on his luck. You know? Wait, a partner? I have a feeling the Great Muto. Hey KG, how would you feel about us teaming up with me on a regular basis? I'm already the Super Junior champion. My only priority is to defend my title. You know what? That's fair. Antonio Inoki, I don't trust you, bud. Shinsuke is here. You know what? All of the personal politics aside, we have a lot of like good match potential here.
Hello, Mario.
We have Masahiro Chono. We have Keiji Muto, the Great Muta. Jumbo Tsuruta, the bastard. Abdul the Butcher, Vader, Stan Hansen, Will Ospreay? Dude, it's stacked. Choose someone from outside the promotion. That's a valid strategy. We gotta get back to... Dude, we gotta get to a better place. Wait, Tony Khan's a WCW? Huh? Who would be the best choice to get into WCW? Sting. Hey Sting, Surfer. How would you feel about teaming up with me on a regular basis? We don't even work for the same company, so I don't see that happening anytime soon. Damn. You literally can't do it. You cannot work for the... You cannot tag with them unless they're in the same company. Paul Heyman running WCW is interesting. It is. You know who's running AEW? Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy is running AEW. Not only that, their world champion is Adam Cole. The tag champs are Jeff and Matt Hardy. Darby Allin's the international title. And Lita is the women's champion. So who all is a champion here? Okay, so Ted and Irwin are the tag champs. Mr. Perfect is the Intercontinental champion. Checks out. And Macho Man, ooh yeah, is the WWE champion. Or rather the WWF champion. Who all is a champion here? I mean, obviously Hiroshi Tanahashi is the IWGP World Champion. Kenta Kobashi and Mitsuharu Misawa are tag champs. Makes sense. They're two of the four pillars of heaven. Keiji Muto seems to be the US champion. Also, hello Fizmus. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. And Soulstone, hi. I haven't seen you here in a while. I hope you're having an awesome stream and day, man. Yeah, same to you. AJ Styles is part of the NWA. Ric Flair is the NWA champion. The NWA is also a valid strat. Bret Hart and Jim are the tag champs. Charlotte Flair is the women's champ. Ric Flair's the world champ. That's kind of cute. I actually kind of like that. It's sort of like a father-daughter sort of thing. It's cool. Dusty Rhodes, or rather Greg Valentine, is the American champion. The Steiners are the tag champs. US champ Esa Rios. Medusa is the women's champ. And Rob Van Dam is the world champ. That's actually a sick lineup. Not gonna lie. Oh my god. Yeah, we could try to team up with somebody from the Indies. How about Edge? What? Hey Edge, how would you feel about teaming up with me on a regular on the talk show? We don't even work for the same company, so I don't see that happening anytime soon. Dude, I can't team with anybody. I apologize for not being around, but I am gonna try to be because you're cool and awesome. Well, you're cool and awesome too, man. Kind of wonder if WCW would have survived the Monday Night War if Paul Heyman was in charge. Probably not, because Paul Heyman is, Edge, you are working in a basement. Exactly. What does he mean you're not working for the same company? You're working for no company. Hey, Mean Gene. Hey, Mean Gene Okerlund, how would you feel about teaming up with me on a regular basis? Sorry to ruin your plans, but I'm dead. This conversation is happening in your imagination. Why is it happening on a plane? Please, team with me, Mean Gene. Haven't we already discussed this for one day? Why don't you go find somebody else to bother? Dude, you're dead. What are you gonna do? I can keep doing this. It's just working for Sexton Hardcastle. That's his indie name, yeah. Wait. Wait. Bruiser Brody. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Hold on. How about this? Hey, Bruiser Brody. How would you feel about teaming up with me on a regular basis? Sure, I think we make a formidable team. I can't wait to walk out there with you. Yeah, dude! We got Bruiser Brody in our corner. Let's fucking go. This is a crazy friggin' lineup. Now, the newest member of the Longboy Club is Bruiser Brody, chat. Everyone in New Japan better watch their fucking backs. Tasty floor ribs. This is supposed to be Japan? Rising Sun Pro Reisu's ratings are up because of me, not because Hiroshi Tanahashi is the champion. I don't give a fuck. I mean, I should because... No! Coco Beware! I don't have time for you, man. Get out of here. It's the same no matter where you work, yes. Everywhere just looks like Harlem. Now starting. You can thank me for the house gear. Our reigns are up ever since I became champion. Okay, but dude, listen. I gotta pee. I gotta pee.
For 90
I don't need to
seconds,
talk to you.
Cheetos break my dudes.
Raw rolls on after the... Yeah. What the... Ah, dude. Ah, dude, I have adrenaline. Remember, you're on a mission to get the money. I'm trying, Asuka. I'm gonna get you. Ah, stunner. I'm gonna get you. Need to get the water in me. Wait. What is Erwin R. Shyster doing here in New Japan? And why is he facing Hiroshi Tanahashi? Oh, it's a one-on-one match. It's gonna be one hell of a singles match. Adrenaline in my soul. I took a piss, I'm on a roll. Gira eats like a freak. Dude, we got Bruiser Brody in our corner, man. This is crazy. With Bruiser Brody in my corner, we can't lose. I'm the big ol' man. Takayama and Hansen. Oh wait, that's right, yeah.
It's break time.
Oh,
Where the
shit.
heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
Rob rolls on after this. And and you're still a jobber. Well, that just means I need to take the fall, okay?
Like Illusion of Gaia, Earthbound comes packed with a load of hints if you need them. Earthbound is an easy RPG, but Nintendo wanted the game to be easy, so it provides
I think you can only team
constant,
with people in your company.
uninterrupted
That
fun.
seems to be
Earthbound has so many comic elements
whole
to
match
it
is
that Nintendo
stakes.
doesn't want you to give up on the game and never see those funny scenes. Earthbound is the first RPG to be set in modern times.
Be
You
back in
save
a
your
second,
progress
chat.
by calling your dad over the telephone and refill your energy by eating pizza. Speaking of pizza, you can play the game with your left hand and eat pizza in the other, since the game can be controlled with the L button, which lets you talk and check, otherwise known as search, and the control pad to move. Prepare to visit several places: a clubhouse, arcade, burger shop.
I am looking forward to the eventual clash with Will Ospreay, chat. Now, here's a question, chat. Burger shop? That's where I wish. Cheeky baby. I think you can only see with people. Yeah, I figured this. Gira eats like a freak. He's an animal. An animal. He's an animal.
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Oh yeah, that's right. I wanted to talk about something, but I forgot about it. The thing I wanted to talk about is that eventually we need to pick official music for Gira. And you can import music into this game. It's a bit of a process, but you can do it. And I think it would be cool to do something a little nice for Gira. We can either use something like, you know, the opening theme to the streams for it, or we can find something else that's like royalty free. I say royalty free because I don't want to get claimed on these streams, right? So I can go on like Epidemic Sound and we can peruse some music, right? And see what's on there, see what fits. I want Gira's tribal drums back. NJS theme is royalty free. It is. I have an incredible story about that, chat. So back when I was working in news, right? There was a video package that one of my reporters made. And I swear to God, they used MJF's music in there. It was like a sports type of package, right? I don't remember what it's like. It's like basketball or something. Oh yeah, that's right. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to restart my story now. And it'll be easier for Jada to edit. So, I have an incredible story about when I was working in news. I have an incredible story from my time working in news, and it involves NJF's theme. Back when I was working in news, one of my reporters made a sports package, right? And the music in the background, I swear to God, was MJF's theme. It was Maxwell Jacob Friedman's theme. And when I heard the opening notes of "Durr," I like shot up. It was like I was woken from a coma, right? And I was like, what the fuck? And the people in the production booth were like, wait, what? I'm like, this right here's from wrestling. And they snirked at that a little bit. It was like the sleeper agents woke up, you know? I swear that MJF's music is like Sans Undertale for fucking for wrestling. Like you hear the opening note and it's like you know exactly what it is. Right? Just like how you only need like the first note or two of Megalovania to know it's Megalovania. You're like, Sans Undertale? Which oddly enough also appeared in AEW at one point. And JR was absolutely confused by it. The poor old man. Allow me to introduce you to my special partner for this match, Yoshihiro Takayama. With Stan Hansen, there's nobody I'd rather have by my side to teach you a lesson, Gira. Ha, you might as well have picked a child out of the crowd for all the good it's going to do you. Oh, yeah. Come on. Alright, we need music. Kenny Omega dressed as Sans. Exactly. Alright, hold on. I need to tag Bruiser Brody in. Jeez! Man! Ow! Already in the chokehold. Stan Hansen, get your ass out of the way. Alright, Bruiser Brody. Show him what you got, man. Yeah, buddy. Get in there. Whoa, Stan Hansen! Wow! He's strong as hell! He's strong as hell, dude! So who exactly... Wait. Who is that out there? Roddy Piper? What? No, that makes no sense. Alright, Bruiser Brody, let's go. Time to put up or shut up, bro. Yeah! Dump him out the ring. Bruiser Brody, let's go, man. Come on, dude. I hope Bruiser Brody knows you're supposed to lose every match. Well, I just wanted to look convincing for him, you know? Come on, Yoshihiro Takayama, let's go. Yeah, buddy! Expertly done. What? Holy crap! That was like right. That was right across the eyes, chat. That was incredible. No. Yeah. Come on, Stan Hansen. Ow! Ow! Please help! Ow! Bruiser Brody, help me! Help me! Kira's bleeding again. Flair wishes. Yeah, exactly. Ric Flair wishes that he could pull off color like this. But will he get stitches at the end just like he did the last time? I can't see what I'm doing, dude! Ow! Everyone needs to stop kicking Gira's ass. Oh no, never mind. Never mind, he's been busted open again. His face is gonna be like raw hamburger meat by the time he's done in New Japan. It's gonna look like New Jack's forehead. Dude, what? Ref, what are you doing? He's like pushing his balls together. Everyone is kicking Gira's ass. I mean, it's written in his contract. That is the point of him being here. Ow! Why are you hugging me, dude? You're my opponent. Dude, Gira's getting his shit pushed in here. Ah! Ow! Right, Gira's got to get to his corner. Alright. Get in there, Brody. Holy shit! Dude, that shot's with like a lead ball and he's just shrugging it off. Bruiser Brody. What a beast. But no, like, I think it would be fun for us to decide on what Ghira's music is. And I don't mean just in terms of, like, the game. I mean, like, actual music or, like, royalty-free stuff. Right? I think that would be incredibly fun to do. I gotta get in there and even the odds. Where the heck is Ghira? Where is he? Help me. Back me in. Okay, cool. Come on. Get in here. They're making contact, dude. Hell yeah, Bruiser Brody. Let's go. Right on his neck. First pinfall of the match. Ghira's dead, dude. Someone just pinned Ghira already. Let him get his payday. Ow! Why won't they pin him? Because they want to punish him, dude. They do not care about winning the match. They just want to kill him and get him out of here. Ghira busted wide open once again. Exactly. Everyone is down except for Bruiser Brody. Yeah, Ghira's busted wide open again. Fuck the Ghira, Iron Sheik, probably. Yeah, 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 that would be Sheiky, baby. He's like busted in multiple places, chat. Ghira's fucked up. Ah! Brody, what do you have in mind? Why won't they pin him? Ghira's raw meat? He is. Urgh! Really? Holy crap! Head scissors. Now the question is, can Ghira get Yoshihiro Takayama, the massive Takayama, up for the head scissors? Rather, can he get him up for, like, the Avalanche Hurricane Rana? Or is it not meant to be? I'm starting to think it's not meant to be. Ow! Ghira! Ghira, please. No! Ow! Dude, did you hear that? Did you fucking hear that, chat? Did you hear the clang? Someone pinned this mutant. Ow! Someone, Brody, Bruiser Bro! Oh jeez, got him. Oh my god! Please stop! That was a fast count too! There was never any chance of you giving me a fair chance in this match. The next time you want to mess with me, you better be wearing your rain gear. Ow! Fuck you.
Hello, Mario.
Fuck you, Bruiser Brody. You were awful in that match. Oh, you're just getting up to the back, huh? What were you doing there, Roddy Piper? Hi there, Devin. Ah. Roddy takes a bump off himself. Mr. Brody's profile has suffered from being on the losing team in that match. Gira injured his foot. 5 weeks! Gira injured his foot in that match and will be out of action for the next 5 weeks. No! You gotta be shitting me! You gotta be fucking kidding me! Ow! My foot! Gira is the next Brooklyn Brawler. I'm glad Yoshihiro Takayama could teach you a lesson. You don't belong at... Dude, are you saying that to yourself? Why are you referring to yourself in the third person? Ow! Can someone help me? You look like you're struggling, Gira. Do you need a ride to the hospital? Yes! Ah, yes! Get me to the hospital! I heard him fall. Don't worry, Gira. I'll get you to the hospital as fast as I can. Thank you, Vader. God. Ow. Doc! What the? Huh? Hell, jeez. You need, don't spend too much there. You need to keep it. Ow! Okay, so here's what's gonna happen, okay, chat? In order to ensure that we can do this, I didn't mean for anybody to get hurt. I was so angry that things got out of control. You know what? Fuck you, Stan Hansen. You were over there beating your iron. No! Get up! Up! No! Gira, it seems you'll be struggling for another 6 weeks. Do you think it's worth it to pay that much money to get surgery? No, it'll heal naturally. Do you need a ride to the hospital? Yes! Yes, I need to keep my job. Get up! Get up! Get up! No, you're falling asleep on the ground! Why is everyone sleeping on the floor? No! Fine, you know what? Not like it can get any worse. Me IRL. The fans insist on treating Antonio Inoki as a heel despite his attempts to play Fate. Yeah, you know? Lex Luger has left Super Lucha Libre to pursue a career in All-American Wrestling. Becky Lynch has defeated AJ Lee. Outback went to Rising Sun, has been challenged to a massive bank balance of that much by Tony Land as the most reliable wrestler in Wrestling Revolution. The referee? Bruh. Ow. Ow. Congratulations, Gary. You followed my advice and made your prospects better than ever. You obviously don't need my help to make money, so there's no point in giving you a bonus. Fuck you, Antonio Inoki. You know what? I'm done with all of y'all. Good night. You look exhausted, Gira. Why don't you take a nap while there's still time? Thanks. Okay. Alright, I'll try to sleep. A power nap should give you a bit more energy. Just make sure you don't sleep through your call time. Gail, I don't have a call time. My foot is broken. I don't have a call time. Hey, wake up, you should nap. Before or after Dickie made hard time? Was Inoki always this much of an asshole? Dude, he's been an asshole for like ever in this game. I love the slowed down music. Bobby Roode has been released by Strong Style Wrestling and must now make ends meet on the independent circuit. Ricochet is sad that Bobby Roode has left Strong Style Wrestling. Scott Hall has been released by Super Lucha Libre. Kevin Nash is sad that Scott Hall has left. Medusa has renewed her contract. Jim Ross has left Federation Online to... Oh my god, I love Federation Online. Michael Cole is glad that Jim Ross has left. Mosh has left Wrestling School. I need a wheelchair. Hiroshi looks a little low, Gira. Find something to eat or drink to fill in the gaps. Okay. I need... Hey, Gira, I heard you're struggling with your finances. Since we're such good friends, I'd be happy to lend you that to help you get back on your feet. Thanks. I could use the money. No problem. This is what friends are for. I know that you would do the same for me. Thank you. Thank you, Bruiser Brody. I need to go. Gira, it seems your injured foot has done a lot of damage to your ability. No shit! Do you think it's worth paying that for therapy to regain some mobility? Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll have therapy. After this therapy, you might need to come back better than what you were before. Keiji Muto caught that shit. Wow. I need to get into a wheelchair. I need to get to the funeral. No, get in the wheelchair. How would you like to buy this crutch for... No, it's not worth $37. Sorry, I can't go any lower than that, so I'll have to find someone else who needs a crutch. I'm falling asleep. I'm trying to get...
Hello, Mario.
Teddy bear, hi. It looks like you had a rough night, Gira. Sleep on a comfortable bed and you'll gain more energy. Thanks. Wait, am I gonna crap myself? I can't, dude. I'm falling asleep. I'm sleeping in the wheelchair. Dude, this is rock bottom. This is rock bottom for Gira. Sleeping at a funeral. Almost as bad as having Staying Alive as your ringtone. Brian Knobbs and Jerry Sags have defeated Erwin R. Shyster and Ted DiBiase. Tatanka has left All American Wrestling. Austin Aries has developed a friendship with Sable of Weekend Warriors. Uh-oh. Bobby Roode has left Wrestling School to pursue a career at Super Lucha Libre. ESG score has improved after pretending to champion a fashionable cause wherever it is safe and convenient to do so. Man, call them out. I've abandoned their quest for equality in any region where it would actually make a difference. Dude, what did they back? I think I need to get out of New Japan. I don't like the direction they're taking. What the hell are they backing, dude? They're out here backing the downfall of Gira Foundation. Founded, owned, and operated by Antonio Inoki. I know you're still recovering from your injury, but is there any way you could still compete? I can never tell Ndicky's political stance. LMAO. Ndicky says trans rights, but at the same time he doesn't? Okay, I'll try to work. Dude, it's a broken foot! But listen, I feel like it would be the babyface move, right? I feel like it would be the babyface move to go out there and wrestle with a broken frickin' foot. Okay, I'll try to work through it. Thanks. That would really help us out a lot. I'm sure the fans will be surprised to see you too. Chat. I feel like this is gonna... Good thing you don't have to win. Exactly. I'm gonna go out there. Shono and Okada. Oh no, Okada. Bro has it out for me. We're fucked, dude. Long boy club. Inoki trying to give you gangrene in your foot. Oh yeah, that's right. This is part of his plan. Inoki gangrene. Bruiser Brody, can you do most of the work in this match, please? Why do we have to perform in front of the same gormless crowd every week? I would normally give the fans a great show, but this is one place I can't wait to leave. Let me handle the entertainment, Gira. These fans will go home happy after they see me kick your ass. Ah, no, the broken foot! I don't know why you're refereeing this match, Shinsuke Nakamura, because you're obviously not qualified. You just made the biggest mistake of your life. If you mess with my career, I'll end yours. This is like if Adam Cole actually did fight Jay White at that one AEW pay-per-view. Bruiser Brody's status has not been affected. That was 11 seconds. That was an 11-second match, chat. Isn't Gira a face? Yeah, that's what I thought. Why is he like hot dogging the crowd? Literally a one-footed man in an ass-kicking content. He literally is, though. Dude, that sucked. That was an 11-second match. That sucked ass. And all the latest action from Rising Sun Pro Wrestling. I established considerable...
Hello, Mario.
Dude, virtually God, show him how you're going to ruin his life. That encounter established Masahiro Chono as a face who has the support of the fans. What? Dude, this sucks. Okay, but at least I get paid, right? Okay, cool. What the... How can it be fair that Rising Sun Pro Wrestling profited from your injury while you suffer? Yeah, you know? Why don't you take them to court to see if you can make this a safer work environment? You know what? Bruiser Brody. Dude, Bruiser Brody is like saying I should take them to court. Now, here's the thing. Is Bruiser Brody gonna go to court with me? Is the question. Fine, you know what? Yeah, let's take him to court. Let's take New Japan to court. I'll expose them, their unsafe work environments, and their bigotry. They can never break your spirit. Victory for the little Brody won't witness for you. I have a feeling he's gonna be MIA once the court date comes around. So Elizabeth defeated Nikki Bella. Jumbo Tsuruta's strength has deteriorated considerably in recent weeks. Nobuhiko Takada appears to have lost weight. Austin Aries has been released by Rising Sun and must now make ends meet. Man, that was fast. Jeez. The Miz has left Federation Online to pursue a career at New Japan. The Miz. Kane has left Federation Online to pursue a career at AEW. Paul Bearer is sad that Kane has left. Shane Douglas left for AEW. Gear, it seems your injured foot has done a lot of damage to your abilities. Do you think it's worth paying that? Sure, yes, but I'll take... Dude, he knows I'm taking him to court. Dude, he's like trying to butter me up to make sure I don't take him to court. But that ship has sailed. It's over. We taking each other the hell and back, Gira. I've had enough of it. Why don't we bury the hatchet so that we can both get back to concentrating on it? Sure, Chono. Why not? I didn't even know we had heat, but go ahead. Proceed. This court is convened to hear the case against Antonio Inoki. Gira, you pressed charges, so could you explain why you're here? Antonio Inoki broke my body like an action figure for his own entertainment. Gira injured himself by following his own script, not mine. After hearing what you had to say and reviewing the evidence, the court rules in favor of Gira. Yeah! Yeah, dude! Hell yeah! Antonio Inoki, you preside over an unsafe work environment that sacrifices human bodies. I order you to pay $4,780 for the damages, as well as rolling out health insurance to every other employee. Yeah, dude! Let's go! Why does Inoki have Jay Leno's chin? It would have been better if it was Gray Leno. Wow, dude! Dude, we're making that money! Dude, we got insurance! Dude, Gira's blazing the trail for fucking workers' rights. Online poll has identified Luke Harper as the most reliable wrestler in Federation Online. I never thought I had to say this, but I had to admit you made some good points in court, Gira. Yeah, he did. Now that I understand your side a little better, I want you to know I don't hold anything against you. Okay, cool.
Break my dudes.
There may not be any justice in that courtroom, but no one can protect you here, Gira. Dude, why are you bitching? You just got health insurance because of me. Look at this. Dude, everyone has health insurance. Hell yeah, dude. Unionize. Dude.
It's break time.
Who the fuck would have known that Gira would have brought about workers' rights? What rolls on after this?
The ape is back in his first
wow.
game
Okay, I'm gonna go take a piss.
What makes this game so remarkable is that it's the first game created with fully rendered graphics. What the heck
back in a
is fully
second,
rendered?
chat.
To put it in a nutshell, fully rendered means that the characters and all other graphics were created by computer modeling from all sides and angles of the objects. Thus, animation is totally complete and uninhibited using any view of the object. The technology is not incredibly different than that which was used to create the dinosaurs of Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park or The Wonders of the Mask. One of the best examples of the 3D rendering in this game is the water level. The shark, also known as Chomps Jr., is an incredible sight. The animation of everything in the game, as well as all the backgrounds, were created with rendering techniques on the Silicon Graphics computers. This amazing new technology, discovered at Rare by Nintendo's Tony Harmon, will be the next standard in video game animation and graphics. This technology marks a new era. The programmers of Donkey Kong Country were able to stretch their creative minds since Donkey Kong doesn't have a particularly detailed history. The main idea of the story is that you're trying to get back the bananas that were stolen from your stockpile. Kong, Diddy are the main monkey characters, but throughout the travels on the island of Donkey Kong Country, you'll encounter several characters that are extremely diverse in personality. From an ostrich named Espresso to a rhino named Rambi, the game has endless thrills and is certainly destined for greatness. Cranky Kong, the star of the original game and also DK's grandfather, will give you advice throughout the game. He thinks you need it. Hundreds of bonus levels result in a game that will never be boring. The music also adds a lot to the game. Play it loud and stereo, dude. You can buy the music on CD from Nintendo if your Nintendo isn't hooked up to a stereo system. Cranky Kong remembers music in the old days, but Donkey Kong is truly with the times, so to speak. His music is great for listening. Just pause the game to hear the music without the game's sound effects. Speaking of sound effects, you'll notice the quality of the echoes in the caves and Donkey Kong's 8 noises. Donkey Kong Country is truly perfect. If you do not get this amazing new generation of Donkey Kong madness, you are stupid. Yes, I know, that's insulting, but it's also the truth. If you're a true video game fan, you will not hesitate in the slightest bit to buy this remarkable piece of video game history. Bottom line, get it now. The graphics are an example of a revolution. Play control is very responsive and monkey-feeling. The challenge is high because you must often pass several hard levels to reach Candy's save point. The 2-player game option is awesome.
What an incredible turn of events.
To let another player play. What's even cooler is the way the game lets the next player pick up where the last player died without interrupting gameplay. If you want the other player to play, just press A. These features and so much more make Donkey Kong Country the game of the decade.
If you do not sue your wrestling promoter, if you do not sue your wrestling promoter, you are stupid. Yes, I know that's mean, but that's also the truth. Dude, that's incredible. Is there something you want to say to me, Gira? Sorry, never mind. I'll stop gesturing to other people then because it sends out the wrong message. You know what? Welcome back to Raw, by the way. I'm gonna go and thank Hiroshi Tanahashi. Anything you want to say to me, Gira? Would you like to be friends? Sure, we should hang out more often. It'll be good to get to know you better. Man, dude. I'll say welcome to The Miz as well. There's something you want to say, Gira. Would you like to be friends to The Miz? Sorry, I'm not sure that would work. I can't be seen with someone like you. Oh yeah, that's right, because you're from WWE. You wouldn't know. Probably not worth it to roam until your foot is fixed. Well, let's just see. Hey, Gira, would you like to buy this crutch? Yeah, sure.
For life.
Peachy Pill, hello there. Thank you very much for following. You're now a member of the Womboy Club for life. You know what? I'm fine with giving you that because it's a celebratory thing, Bruiser Brody. You and I changed the industry forever. You look like you're struggling, Gira. Do you need a ride to the hospital? No, I'll be fine. I'll be fine this time. Well, if you don't want my help, then you better make your own way to the hospital. What? Well, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty upset considering. Listen, I already have a crutch. I'll be fine. I'll be okay. You know what? If no one else in New Japan got me, I know that Bruiser Brody and Hiroshi Tanahashi got me. I know that much. You're so slow now, dude. I gotta get to the hospital. I gotta get to the hospital, chat. Quick. Doc. Dr. Dash. Please. Here, it seems you've been struggling with your foot for another 2 weeks. Since you have health insurance, how would you like to have surgery to recover faster? Yeah, I'll have surgery. Sure. After this surgery, you should be back as early as the 4th week of June. Well, like, what is the time now? Like, how close are we to that? Are we close to it? Wait, what happens if I fall asleep on, like, this... on, like... on, like, the ER stretcher? Oh, I don't... Okay. We take those. No Mercy Hospital. You'll feel all the pain. No. Like, no. Like, you would say, No Mercy Hospital. Here comes the pain. That would be the tagline. Alright. Baby Bull has been released by Wrestling Revolution. Bob Orson is glad that Bobby Bull has left. Ricochet has defeated Adam Cole to become the new AEW champion. Garrett has recovered from his injury and looks forward to getting back into the ring. Giant Gonzalez has been released by Super Lucha Libre. Dangle has been appointed as the new booker. Paige has left wrestling school to pursue a career at Super Lucha Libre. What? Yeah. Hey, Kira, what do you think of the new outfit our wardrobe department has created for you? What? Well, this here just kind of exposes the whole industry, doesn't it? No. Trying to make a giraffe a young lion. You know what? Given how you know what? Given how you've been speaking my language, Inoki. You know what? No. I'm not doing anything you want. Actually, no. Everyone has health insurance now. Given how you've been speaking my language so far. Sure, I'll do it. Why not? I knew you'd like it. A change of image could be just what you need to stand out. A change of image? I'm just falling into the rest of the young lions. I'm the 41-year-old young lion, chat. The 40-year-old young lion. Dude, I can't even change my thingamaboobers. Wait, hold on. But what if I have a manager? I mean, Gail Kim is supposed to be my best friend, right? Is that right? Just diving headbutt. My special is a stunner? No, it's not. I think my special is the neck breaker, chat. I think you have to wait a bit to change it. They really did Bruiser Brody too. Actually, no, like he always looked like this, but yeah, we kind of have matching gear, all black, brother. Confrontation. What do you mean? We're confronting him? You look exhausted, Gira. Why don't you take a nap while there's still time? Alright, I'll try to sleep. A power nap should do you well. What? Pfft. No. I don't need a crutch anymore. I'll be fine on my own. Hello, Vader. How are you? Man. Suddenly everyone loves us, kinda. We're repping that N. Dicky shit here. You know what? Take that. I'll show you what it's for. You know what? I'm sorry, you can... They just give it to Gail Kim. Yeah, I'm sorry, you can have it. Psych, go get it. Go get it, scrub. Hey, Gira, I saw you steal that water bottle. Give it back before I take it. Dude, I just did. Sorry, I'll return it. That's right, go find your own water bottle instead of stealing somebody else's. Well, dude, I left that up to Gail Kim, okay? That's her problem now. That's her issue now. I don't see... I don't see the part where that's my problem. I missed the part where that's my problem, chat. We're getting trained up. Hello, Masahiro Shona. Oh, hey. Then you should beat me for it in the ring. But we both know that will never happen, Gira. So drop it before I drop you. Fine. You know what? I make my return to the ring tonight. I don't need you. I don't need anyone. I don't need anyone. Gira needs absolutely nobody in this life. But you know what he does need? He's got to train up on his strength. He's more stamina. Wait, I should probably go to the ring, huh? I think you need to wait a little bit before you can actually do anything there. Lift weights, gain strength. Alright. To the ring. Hey! Aren't you supposed to be out there reffing the match or something? Red shoes? Hello, Darby Allin. Okay, let's go. So wait, I have absolutely no clue who we're even facing here. Huh? Wait, who are we facing? And why is he bringing a sledgehammer into the ring? I don't like the look of this, chat. I would say I'm happy to be back, but every day I was out injured just made me seethe with more anger. It wasn't just my body that was broken, something broke inside my mind as well. I went to some dark places and found new levels of pain that I never knew existed. And that's why we got health insurance. Now my only goal in life is to make sure others feel my pain, and I know who to start with. Man, dude. Gira's back in his shooting bag. Urgh, come on, dude. No, you know what? Man, dude, Gira's back in his... He is back in his hardcore bag. I'm gonna put you on the shelf, Stan Hansen. I literally cannot see. Come on. Wait, can I like hit him with pizza? Yeah, you can. It's time for someone else to feel Gira's pain. Oh, ow. Ow. Damn. Stan Hansen. Old Stan Hansen's putting himself in harm's way just as much as Gira. Ow. Wait, can I? Oh, yeah, I can grab the camera. Hey, Brody, make sure you're getting this. Damn. Didn't Stan Hansen poke out Vader's eye? Maybe. Did he? You know what we're gonna do, chat? We're gonna bring back something great, okay? We're gonna bring back a Matt classic, okay? We've not seen it all stream, but I'm gonna break it out here, if I can. I'm gonna try to break it out here. He just took Bruiser Brody's mic. Yeah, we're gonna do it. I'm pretty sure that this is how you do it. Yeah, there you go. No! Stan Hansen wins? Huh? What do you mean he won? You were no help at all, Stan Hansen. Brother Bruiser Brody. Dude, what happened? He hit me like one time and then that was it. Oh, they're fighting in the audience. What the fuck is this music? Yeah. It's literally Running Down a Dream by fucking Tom Petty. Running down a dream. Me. Working on a mystery. No, that's my pizza. I'm gonna get you back in the ring and we're gonna do something. Okay? I'm not done with you. I'm not done with him. I'm not done with you, Stan Hansen. No, you're getting back in there, 'cause I say so. I can't do it, chat. I'm trying to do a thing, but I can't do the thing. I know he apologized for injuring you, but screw him. Break his legs. I'll be breaking something even worse. Urgh. Get in the ring. I'm not done with you. Old Stan Hansen. Whoa! Well, that's even better. We like cannonballed onto him too. That's insane. No! Come on, get in here. Come on. I'm not done with you. I couldn't pick him up. Oh, the spinal tap! The spinal tap from Gira off the top rope. It's the finisher he used in WWE. We've been listening to this for like 3 minutes now. And we broke his neck. Stan Hansen's profile has improved considerably. So how much money did we make? Pay-per-view bonus, cool. Well, I know what I did. Gira knows what he did. But that's how he makes a statement. We taken each other to hell and back, Gira. And I've had enough of it. Why don't we bury the hatchet so that we can continue our careers? You know what? Fuck you, Jumbo Tsuruta. I want you in the ring. You followed me from wrestling school all the way here. Stan Hansen may have got his hand raised, but everyone knows you were the real winner. Yeah, you're right, Manami Toyota. Why don't you take in the court and appeal to have the result overturned? Does Gira become like a big fan of the criminal justice system? Rather like of the judicial system? You know what? Yeah. I'll appeal the fucking result. This fight isn't over yet. Stan Hansen won the battle, but he won't win the war. Dude. You don't get paid if you win, right? LMAO. No. No, we got that overturned with health insurance. What the? Ow! Don't worry, Gira. I'll take care of Yoshihiro for you. Thank you, Gail Kim. Dude, why does everyone still hate him? Do you know what I did for you people? I gave you health insurance. You all would still be paying out of pocket if it weren't for me. You all are nothing without me. Nothing. You all are nothing without Gira. He may have got health insurance, but now, let's see if the criminal justice system will continue to be in his favor. Also, we are... How many... Also, we're how long into this show? Over 4 hours. I think after this next match, we'll call it, chat. I'm having a great time. The hours do not feel like they're passing at all. We gotta play more of this, and soon. After 8 hours of comfortable sleep, Gira's energy levels are now at 53%. Present high places. Gira's association with Gail Kim has had a positive effect on his attitude. Why does she, like, not want to be in the same place as Gira? I mean, I realize that Gira is a bit of a head case right now. But, come on. There's a reason why he's so based. Rick Martel has left Maple Leaf Grappling. Tori Wilson has been released. Billy Kidman's sad. Carmel has defeated Becky Lynch. The Undertaker has left Federation Online to pursue a career at Wrestling Revolution. Wow. On a part-time deal, it looks like. Weekend Warriors product has come under criticism in recent weeks. Baby Bull has left wrestling school to pursue a career in Wrestling Revolution. Dude. Versus Stan Hansen. This court has convened to hear the case against Stan Hansen. Gira, you pressed charges, so could you explain why we're here? The history books claim that Stan Hansen beat me, but everybody knows it wasn't fair. If we walk back every mistake ever made, we had to go back to when Gira was born. Wow! After hearing what you had to say and reviewing the evidence, Stan Hansen is in the right! Stan Hansen did whatever it took to get his hand raised. You're just sorry you didn't think of it first, Gira. Wow. and he's pissed about it. Man. With that, Gira's brought back down to earth a little bit, I guess. He may have gotten health insurance, but that doesn't mean that he can just do whatever he wants. Wrestling Revolution has become significantly more popular. Are you going to Terminator 1 in this game? What do you mean by that? Bam Bam Bigelow has been released by All American Wrestling. It must now make ends meet on the independents. Rufus Shawn has said that Bam Bam Bigelow is gone. Raven has left Strong Style Wrestling for Super Lucha Libre. Shinsuke Nakamura's feud with Gira appears to have lost momentum and is no longer over with the fans. Yeah, because the real feud is with Gira versus the US justice system, or the Japanese justice system, whichever one. Taka Michinoku renewed his contract with Rising Sun Puro Resu and will remain on the roster for the next 4 weeks. Going back in time and taking out the guy's mother before he was born. The Miz has needlessly alienated half of his audience after expressing a political opinion. Vince Russo has been released by Super Lucha Libre. Sky Too Hot left wrestling school. Turn it up. Rikishi is sad that Sky Too Hotty's gone. Bam Bam Bigelow has left wrestling school. Here's profile suffer from a lack of exposure in recent weeks. What do you mean? He's been all over. Has sunk below Wrestling Revolution to become the least popular brand of wrestling. That's just not true. We both know justice was done in court, Gira. Why don't we put all this behind us now and move on? No, I want justice! I should have known you couldn't be reasoned with. That won't be the last time you end up in court. What now? 18-man street fight? What? This is an what kind of match is this? Holy shit! Huh? What kind of match is this? And why do we have this filter here? Chat, what is with this filter? Why is everything gray? Why is my world gray, chat? It's CCTV. Oh, okay. Listen, we gotta get back into the gym. What? The homunculus is having a bit of a fit, it looks like. It's CCTV. Oh, okay. Well, I guess this is as good of a match as any to call it. So once we're done here, we're going to call it there. First, let's run one more ad break so that way we won't be interrupted. Hey, okay, Raw rolls on after this. Which one is this?
And now we're going
oh
to
boy, the
power up
Virtual Boy. Okay,
Boy.
I'll be back in a sec. I need to
has
stretch.
Three major components: the stand, the head unit, and the controller. The stand is packed flat, so you want to take the stand, spread it open, and then set it firmly on the table with the feet facing forward for support. The head unit has got to be connected with the controller, so insert the controller into the spot on the head unit, and you're ready to go. Now, take your head unit, place it into the support bracket. You want to be very careful and do it gently from the back. So you tilt it in first, then push it down. There's a little spring in the back here that you can push down to open up the support bracket so it doesn't go in tightly. Release the spring and then gently tighten it up with the tension control knob here on the side. Once you feel tension, Just turn it slightly upwards until it catches. You don't need a lot of tension here. It just needs to support itself. The next thing you want to do is load in your batteries. Your batteries are in the controller on the front panel. Press the panel down, gently push it up, and your batteries will load into the slot here, 3 up and 3 down. Push it down, click it in place, and then you're ready to go. The final thing is to put your game cartridge into place. The game cartridge goes into the slot underneath the Virtual Boy. Now you have to be careful when you push the game cartridge in. You want to make sure that it connects firmly all the way in the back, because if it doesn't connect properly, when you turn it on, you won't get anything. So you want to make sure that the game cartridge is in place properly, so when you turn it on, you hear it. Virtual Boy does not have a video output port because it would only send out the signal of one of the layers of the 3D graphics. Remember, the images of Virtual Boy are created by your eyes, which combine 2 separately projected LED images.
Hey, welcome back to Raw.
What we're showing you here is some exclusive footage of some of the upcoming Virtual Boy games.
I really need to get up and
and
stretch a little more often,
please be
chat.
aware that the images captured here do not in any way recreate the actual 3-dimensional elements of the game's
Just a little
graphics and
bit more.
gameplay. So far, we've played Mario.
I almost want to like
Galactic
come back
Pinball,
and
Red
play
Alarm,
more of
and
this
Polaro
tomorrow.
Boxer. So stick around and see our ratings on all these games and more.
I almost want to come back tomorrow and play more of this. I usually don't do like streams on days back to back, but I'm really fucking with this. This is so much fun. I'm having so much fun with this, chat. I hope you are too. I'm enjoying seeing the story of Gira play out. I'm off tomorrow. I would be there. Let's see what people have to say about it. Wait, is that pizza? Sure is. In a match like this, stamina's everything. in a match like this, stamina's absolutely everything. Better make sure I have enough for the match itself. Okay, I need like a drink or something. You shouldn't exert yourself that much before a match. Only spend energy you have to spare. Well, Bam Bam Bigelow or Vader, I have the perfect strategy. Sergeant Acer and Bull Nakano should be having their match now, yeah? And 18 other people will be on the card. Oh, hey, Tanahashi. Oh. Yeah. You can see the steady stream of piss coming out. One more fill up. What the? You should get out for your match. Wait. Please take me with you. To where? Just follow me and I'll get you to the press conference as soon as possible. Huh? I can't be here right now. I need to get out there. What the fuck? Darby, I'm gonna miss my match. Don't pray over my body. Pray for me and this. No! Dude! What are you waiting for, Gira? Get to the curtain right now. I'm in a toehold. I can't do it. Darby. Get off of me, Darby. You let a lot of people down when you miss your call time, Gira. I fucking know. You know what? Fuck you, Darby Allin. Darby Allin, you're a bitch, dude. Well, we can't end off on a note that unsatisfied, Jack. Ow. God damn it, Darby Allin. Ow. I'm gonna fucking kill you one day, Darby. You know what? I want to get back into AEW just so I can kill you. Ow. Ow. Yes, yes, boo this man. Hi, Butterbean. Ahmed Johnson. Den... Mary Goleta. No! Get to the hotel, Gira. You can do it. Scott Norton. You know what? No, Hiroshi Tanahashi's on my shit list now, dude. That was bullshit. I couldn't get to the Battle Royal. All because I went to his stupid friggin' conference, whatever. Yeah, we gotta do one more match, chat. You Super Junior Champion after 5 hours of comfortable sleep. Super Show. I've challenged Rising Sun to an interpromotional show. Oh no, it's Forbidden Door. An online poll has identified Rikishi as the strongest wrestler in wrestling school. Honk shoe. Big honk shoe, man. Wait. Versus Gail Kim's team. Interpromotional contest. Well, that'll be fun. We gotta do that, chat. That was some bullshit. Ilya, what are you doing here? Dude, what's everyone doing in my hotel room? Dude, what's everybody doing in my hotel room? Orange, please. Orange, please, can you, like, help me get a job or something? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to look at you while you're pissing. I'll be out of here. What the fuck? Fine, you know what? No, get back here. Get back here. Ugh. I'm more skillful than you, Gira. Don't start something you can't finish. Man, Gira's attitude is in the crater, dude. Is in the absolute shitter. Raw steak. He's an animal, dude. Wow. What a beast. What an absolute beast this man is. Just fill up from the faucet. Can't, chat. I can't. This is such an awesome exploit. Can you, like, not watch me while I do this? Sable? I'm allowing you to take notes, but you don't need to, like, breathe down my neck while you do it. Enter the curtain. Alright! I don't know what our match is. It's something, I can tell you that much. Let's see here. Gira versus... Oh yeah, that's right. We have a tag team match against Gail Kim's team, it looks like. I don't want to fight my friend. I don't want to fight my friend, chat. But it seems like we have no choice. The new look for the Long Boy Club. Oh no. Gira looks like naked, chat. This is insane. Entering together, yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Bruiser Brody and Gira is like an incredible, huh? 2010 WWE team. Gail Kim and The Miz? I'm sorry, what? What are you doing here, Keiji Muto? You can't seriously be expected to referee this match fairly. I'm insulted. You think I can't put my feelings aside and be professional about this match? Well, you better do the right thing, because if you screw me, there'll be 2 people getting their asses kicked. I mean, there already will be 2 people getting their asses kicked, but that's besides the point. What the? Whoa, hello! Alright, Gail Kim, it's actually time to fight someone that's within Gira's weight. Whoa! It's actually time to fight someone that's within Gira's weight class. Who'd have thought? Whoa! Hello! Wow! Damn! We're already popping off on this match. Whoa! Damn! Okay, hold on. We need to get some music going. We'll do Meta Redley. Why not? What an absolute all-star team we have here. Gail Kim is already bleeding, dude. Wow. Okay. No, I hate doing this to my friend. Ow! Ow! What? No! Brody, what did you do? Brody, what did you do? You're like, ah! Dude, what did he do? Dude, what did Brody King do? No, Brody King. Bruiser Brody. What did he fucking do, man? What the fuck did he do? What did he even do? What did you do? Ow! Damn! What did Bruiser Brody hurt himself with? No, I cannot have you tagging in The Miz. I'm sorry, but I cannot have you do such things. What the fuck? Man! Damn! Alright, I'm gonna pin you. Let's see if I can actually do this. Yeah. Keiji Muto's fast counting me. What a real pal. 1, 2. What a freaking pal. What the stunner? What? Hey, you! No! Man, okay. Ah! No! Damn! I'm always a little scared whenever I'm thrown out the ring because if I land like bad, then that's gonna be that's gonna be brutal. Man, Keiji Muto, you need to be counting faster, bro. Oh, nah. He's actually, he might actually try to like do something here. Now everyone is getting to see what it's like in Gira's shoes. Why can I not make any? No! I'm not letting you tap out. Rather, I'm not letting you tag in. Hey, you! No! We're still doing the indie punches. The spent pin. I love it. What the? Hey, you! Okay, I need to like make you tap out. It's evident. Come on. I hate to have to do this, Gail Kim, but I must. Brody, you injured yourself earlier in this match off of a dive. Are you sure that's the best idea? Everyone's scrapping in the corner. I literally cannot see what's happening. I can't see what's happening, chat. I'm gonna fucking kill you, Miz. Ow! Damn. Did you not see that? Ref, what are you doing? Miz, are you kidding me? Come on, we gotta get hyped up enough for the friggin' one. Come on. What the? No. And the Miz is really, like, hell-bent on this, isn't he? Just waiting for it to fill up. Okay, I was about to say, is she actually gonna stay down? Neckbreaker! Cool. Got him. Hell yeah. So wait, do we actually get a bonus for winning the match then? And all the latest action. Long Boy Club won the tag match. Cool. The Mrs. Status has not been affected by that match. Improved significantly by being the winning participant. Is improved by winning the match. Cool. Now, if only we had a little more color in that match, maybe we would be able to earn a little more. Yeah, exactly. See, now we're getting what we're owed, no matter what. We're running short of stats tonight, Gira. Could you sit in on commentary for the next match? Okay, I'll work as a commentator. Sure. Why not? Thanks, Gira. You just saved the broadcast. Please accept an extra $660 for your time. Gira's making bank. That's incredible. So what's our last match? Genshiro Tenryu with Antonio Inoki. Is this a conflict of interest? And Nails at wrestling school? Gira will be joining us on commentary to share his insight in this match. Michael Cole? You must know both of these competitors, so who do you think will win this match? Genshiro Tenryu will win the match. You heard it here first. Gira thinks Genshiro Tenryu will win, so let's find out. But what about you, Cole? Are you gonna win? Exactly. Nails doesn't stand a chance against an established man like yeah, exactly. The real winner tonight is you, Gira. You predicted that Genshiro Tenryu would win. Sure did. Sure fucking did. Nails' profile has suffered considerably. Yeah, there you go. Look at that. All in a night's work. All in a night's work, really. Hey, thanks for getting rid of Bruiser Brody. It's about time someone took out that... What? Huh? I got rid of Bruiser Brody? No, I didn't. He's still here, right? Nah, he's still here. Right? Like, he's still here, right, chat? He's gotta be still here. Hit the bag to improve skill. Oh. Yes, Taz? What do you want? Is there anything you would like, Taz? Alright, we're gonna sleep on the stretcher. Gira eats, sleeps, drinks, and sweats wrestling. That's why he has a home in the gym. Bryan Danielson has left Strong Style Wrestling to pursue a career at Federation Online. Jerry Lynn is glad that Bryan Danielson has left Strong Style Wrestling. Giant Baba has left Rising Sun Puro Resu to pursue a career at Federation Online. After 10 hours of comfortable sleep, Gira's energy levels are now at 71%. People Elite Grapple's product has come under criticism in recent weeks. Triple H has left Federation Online to pursue a career at UFC. X-Pac is sad that Triple H has left Federation Online. Sheamus is sad that Triple H has left Federation Online. Why is Sheamus bald? My eyes. Welcome to the club, brother. We have cookies and jackets. Alexa Bliss has defeated Score Benz to become the new undergraduate champion. Alexa Bliss has left wrestling school to pursue a career at Wrestling Revolution. Well, cool. 8-man tag team. Oh. We finally have our shot at Jumbo Tsuruta. Man, Antonio Inoki and Gira have come a long way, dude. They came from hating each other, or rather, you know, not knowing each other, to hating each other, to, you know, benefiting from each other in the span of a single half year. Who'd have thought about that? Who'd have thought that? We lost to Stan Hansen in court, but we did defeat Antonio Inoki in court. So if anything, this has been a good start to the playthrough. Honestly, this has been a great start. We're 6 months in, and what's happened? Well, we went back to wrestling school. We got signed by New Japan. We got signed by New Japan within a couple weeks. We got exploited by Antonio Inoki. And we broke our foot. We paid out the ass for it. We were forced back on the TV. That's what happened, chat. Right? You saw it. You saw it. Who the heck's gonna be in this match? Who's gonna be in the match? I'm not one of the most popular wrestlers on the brand, unfortunately. Maybe I'll get there eventually, but not quite there yet. Most agile wrestlers are Will Ospreay. Okay, yeah. It has become evident that Mr. Gira is gonna need to get his ass into shape before the big show. Why is Viscera on NWA? Most decorated wrestlers. Peyton Royce got 0 titles. Both of his careers. Most talented wrestlers. Most sociable careers. What? Wait, what? What do you mean, no friends? Gira's got friends, right? We literally, like, talked to Hiroshi Tanahashi. He was like, yeah, I'll be your friend. Why is he your friend? Fine, you know what? That's fine. What do you mean, like, most reliable wrestlers? In, like, what context? What is he a 90 in? Is he a 90 in, like, attitude? I mean, Gira's attitude is firmly in the toilet. So we probably need to get that back up. He is not having a fun time in New Japan Pro Wrestling. But is Bruiser Brody? No! No, Bruiser Brody's attitude is similarly in the gutter. This is awful, dude. But I guess that's a problem for next time. And next time will probably be tomorrow night, honestly, because I'm having a great time with this game. I'm having a great time with it. I sure hope everybody else is. If you've not done so already, I can't believe Kane is in fucking AEW, dude. I want to see who's in AEW. I want to see who all's here. We obviously have, you know, the usual suspects. Just Incredible? Samoa Joe, Abyss. Cody Rhodes is here. Christopher Daniels. Finn Balor. The Hardys, Drew McIntyre, Adam Cole, Darby Allin, the Barbarian. What? What are you? Kane's here too? I don't get it. Why is Kane here of all people? It's weird. I mean, I know he got, you know, drafted there, and the Undertaker's looking crazy. There's something you want to say to me, Gira. Would you like to be friends? Sure, we should hang out more often. It'll be good to get to know you better. Okay, so is The Undertaker like the most popular guy here? Oh yeah, The Undertaker's the most popular guy by a large margin. And he's almost done there too. bro. That's insane. But I guess we'll see just how more insane things get tomorrow or on Thursday, whichever one I deem. You can keep up with when I stream by joining the Discord server. You can join it right. Let me go and grab it. Yeah, thanks for the stream of this. Can't wait for the next time. The next time is going to be awesome. This has been so fun. But you can join in on more of the fun by going to... Wait, for some reason, Oh! Wait, guys. Hold on just a second. For some reason, the chat extension broke, and I didn't see, like, your past several messages. Like, the past several minutes of messages. Hold on just a sec. I'll just go ahead and refresh that right now. Is there anyone in particular that we want to raid? Because I know it's like 2 a.m. on a Sunday. So, there may not be too many, but let's check. Let's go ahead and check real quick. Maybe there will be somebody. I am very sorry about that, chat. I didn't notice. I literally thought the chat just went silent. I literally thought it just went quiet. Oops. Let's see here. Who do I want to raid into?
Hello, Mario.
Hey there, my tall neck bud. Hello. Hello there, Bit Gamer. And also, for some reason, the fucking Stream Deck's being a little weird, or streamer bots being a little weird. I don't mean for that to happen. Wait, no, never mind. It's all good. It's all good. I just have my volume turned down so I can hear myself speak. But yeah, let's go and raid into somebody. You know, we were talking about Dark Souls earlier, and surprisingly, there aren't too many people on Twitch playing this right now, so fuck it. Let's go ahead and let's stream into, or rather, raid into my friend Dean, who's actually playing Monster Hunter World right now. Raid the French. Excuse me. Wow. I will warn you, there is a tiny anime girl with boobs. Not like exposed boobs, but boobs nonetheless. Thank you all very much again for friggin' joining us on this evening. If you've not done so already, I would appreciate a follow on the channel. Join the Discord server for updates and more fun things like weekly watch-alongs. We're going to be doing the Knuckles Paramount Plus series on next week's watch-along, so be sure to join us for that. Once we're done with the movie-verse stuff, we're going to be going back to My Little Pony, the final season of the show, which I'm honestly shocked that we're there. It's been a fun ride. It's been a fun ride getting to relive that show again after all these years. And I would love it if you guys were there to help send it off with me. But yeah, thanks again, everyone. I'll see you later on for more of this. Until then, bye. Hold on, I need to get the raid message in. Longboy Club Love, you know how it works. There it is. There's the raid message. Copy paste it in there, and you will be able to show Longboy Club Love in Dean's stream. Bye.